Year's Eve, ladies and gentlemen. New Year's Eve. What the HE double hockey sticks is going on here? Are you preparing for next year for the Wolfman movie, Matthew? Is that what you're doing? Are
Well,
you getting ready?
werewolves came out this year, but I'm just gonna be howling at the moon tonight.
Yes, werewolves came. Werewolves came out this year, but next year, Wolfman, and I saw a preview for it
Yeah.
before Nosferatu,
Yep.
and man, oh man, oh man, I want to talk about that movie just a little bit here, in a few
Yeah.
minutes.
Yeah.
But anyway, so it's Tuesday night. New Year's Eve stream. We're going to run up right till 12 o'clock. I know there's a few people streaming. We just talked about it briefly. And our good friend Legends series as well has got a stream tonight. I know people are going to be bouncing back and forth and all that. That is good with me. I am A-okay with that. But definitely check in with us here and there. We're going to be reviewing 2024. Got a few, got our best and worst. You've got a few rants that you want to go on, I think. I am good with that. I'll give you the floor here in a little while, and you can take that over. But we're going to discuss some of the movies of the year, box office. We'll talk about upcoming next year. We're going to talk about some of the stories of the day, obviously. Maybe watch a new animated Spider-Man trailer, which is quite interesting. Get a little Spider-Man 4 news. We've got some Jason Momoa news. We've got some few other things in the pipeline, and then we're going to also do a little in memoriam for those that we've lost in 2024, notable people, and one in particular actually that maybe kind of flew under the radar.
Yeah.
And so I've got all that saved. We're going to try to entertain you guys, have a good time. And obviously you and I have a good time. So without further ado, we must do further. Matthew, how are you doing today? And how has your New Year's Eve day been so far as we get the niceties out of the way here?
Well, it was a typical Tuesday for me. You know, working at the clinic, but it's year-end stuff, so I had a bunch more paperwork to do at the end of the day, making sure all the year-end stuff gets done. Um,
Good
but
time.
other than that, got home and everything's good. So having a good
All
time.
right. Well, I had a busy day at work. We have been dead for about a month and a half at least, and if not longer. And then all of a sudden, the last 2 or 3 days have just been madness, and it's been wonderful. Actually, it's wonderful for the pocket doing what I
Yep.
do.
Yep.
But man, oh man, busy, 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 and so yeah, busy holiday season, and I love it. So we're ready to get into it, man. For those of you that have been keeping an eye on the Boise State Penn State game, I think it's still 17-14 Penn State driving. It's now 24-14 over Boise State. And as we've seen in the college football playoffs, there are the contenders and the pretenders. And
Yeah.
the pretenders are all of the teams that got in, won their conference, whatever, can't compete with the big boys.
Yeah.
So at the end of the
Well,
day, there's about 4 teams that can probably win it, and the other 8 teams cannot. And
mm,
Boise State is probably one of those. Anyway, so
hey, you never know.
you never know, but man, this ain't March Madness, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
One or two guys on a five-starter team cannot carry a football squad, no matter how hard they try. But anyway, so 24-14 Penn State. Anyway, so here we go. What's up, chat? Charlock
We
in the house.
we
First
got a
through
whole
the
bunch of
door.
people from the future
Yes,
that are
from in the year 2000. Let's see. Charlock in the house. First up, Shane, same time toys. What's going on, buddy? Ronnie, trick shot. From the land down under. Hello from 2025, and it's turning out okay for him so far. A little ahead of us. Frostbite also sliding in here. Good to see both of those fellows.
So I did get to watch on YouTube the Sydney, Australian celebration for New Year's
Oh,
2025. It
okay,
was
okay.
crazy.
I bet it is, and probably some like beautiful shots and the architecture. It's just
Mm,
wonderful. I'd love to go over there if I ever can get an opportunity. There's 2 places I'd like to visit, and it may sound crazy. Italy. Well, 3: Italy, England, Australia would be three places that I would love to go before I leave this mortal coil. Um, and there's two people, at least three people that I know over there. I don't know how
Yeah.
far away they all live from each other, but three people I know that if I went over there, I'd love to try to get together with. Wraith Mace in the house, just killing it on YouTube, making killer videos. Doing the AI music, which I know you're a huge fan of, Matthew. But there's a market for it. People eat it up, they love it, and if you're in the right niche, which I've got some Warhammer 40K news to bring up here in just a little bit as we get to the news of the day. Wraith Mace is here. Let's see. There's 3-star draw. Return of the Beaver. Yes, it is. Now, I'll probably pull this down in a minute because it's pulling on my head. But I figured, what the heck? What better day or night to wear the beaver than, well, every night, but tonight in particular. Eric Thurman is also in the house. What's up, Eric? All right, cool. We got a few more watching, few in the chat. Anybody wants to jump in, jump in. I'm pretty good at trying to highlight stuff, so I will do my best. And quickly, let's see here. Frostbite says that, yeah, the fireworks were pretty awesome. Ronnie Trickshot says, yes, Sydney, New Year's Eve should be on everyone's bucket list. That sounds fantastic, actually.
I
Yeah.
mean, everybody's having crazy shows. So, what was it? Hong Kong, Tokyo, Dubai, Paris, all had incredible things going on.
Just don't. What was the poor kid, the Warheimer kid or whatever, the Warmerheimer kid that supposedly pulled a poster down on New Year's Eve in was that China or was that North Korea? I think it was China. And yeah, don't do that. That's not a bucket list place.
Yeah, well, and that's why I'm less likely to go over to England anymore, because you can get arrested for standing on the street looking like you're thinking real hard about somebody's goodwill.
Yeah, and there's other things you can get arrested for, evidently using the wrong pronoun. I think is something.
So what I've heard recently too is that people that travel a lot internationally, they're requiring advanced visa approvals before you go anywhere anymore. So you can't go to England or anywhere without submitting a visa and getting it approved. So in England, they're going to check your social media before they let you in the country.
Really?
Oh yeah. That's how several people got kicked out a long time ago.
Interesting.
Now that they're arresting people for social media posts, they won't let people in the country that they think will be subversive or whatever, disruptive based on their social media.
Well, it truly is 1984 then. Holy moly. I don't know. It's scary. Look, my mom and my sister are going to Italy actually next year, and they're going to visit a couple other places, go by train and everything. I hope all of that goes well. I'm sure it will, as they'll stick to all the tourist places, right? Where they all speak English and everything. Shane, Same Time Toys, listen, man, Daytona is a war zone, especially in the summer at spring break. Sorry to hear that it is a war zone right now. And Charlotte says it's colder than crud outside. Yeah, we're going to get single digits. We've got a winter blast, Arctic blast coming the second week of January here in Tennessee, Nashville. And so steaks and lobster tails sounds good. Cheesecake sounds good. Rice Krispie treats sounds good. If you're not going to do fireworks, then eat yourself stupid. I would rather eat myself stupid, although I do like fireworks.
I worked too many laser fireworks shows for too long. They bore me now.
So in the chat, what are you guys and gals? I say guys and gals because there might be a couple of lurkers. What are y'all drinking tonight? What are you having tonight? I see that 3-star says I'm having Modelo. Let's see here. What else?
Chilling with the beer.
That's right. What else? What else is anybody having, man? I'm going to be having again the wonderful world of Four Roses. There we go.
There we go.
Gotta love that sound. I got the big square cube here. Got the big square cube in this bed. My favorite glass. And I'll be sipping on some of that tonight while you and I enjoy ourselves. Let's see. So far, we've got, 2 cases of beer, and I don't even drink. Eric, man, He's probably cooking up some
Yeah,
fantastic meal, right?
yeah,
Three
the a
star,
beer
yeah.
battered fish or something.
Yeah, new bottle, my friend. Joining in is Joe Fan 84. What's up, man? Let's see. Before you guys get started, I have a request. And Charlotte says just water tonight, maybe some sparkling grape juice at midnight. Well, I'm sorry to hear
There you
that you
go.
have a respiratory thing, but that is something going around because
Yep.
man, oh man, I welcomed a lot of people into work I haven't seen in a couple weeks, and a lot of the regulars had something going on.
Yep.
So let's see here. Sharlock, can't hurt nothing, baby. It's New Year's Eve. Come on. Don't hurt yourself. Bourbon cures everything. What is your request?
I
Three
mean,
star
hot
draw.
toddies, right? I mean, there's
Mm-hmm.
some magic to that.
That's right. What is your request? Three-star draw. He says, Matthew Matson, I have a company that just learned about Operation Monster Force today. Can you talk real quick about how awesome veteran William is? All right. I tell you what, and before I go
Uh,
to that, real quickly, Wraith Mace's my go-to for the holidays is Evan Williams eggnog. I have drank enough Evan Williams to float a battleship, Wraith Mace, and I love some Evan Williams. So go right ahead. I'll give you the floor while I take a sip.
well, so Veteran William, the very first one that came out, is truly an amazing figure. He comes with all these different options that you can do with the shotguns, the knives, the harness, the trench coat, the bare chest, the naked look. Um, he is a phenomenal figure. He pops so nice and easy. His joints fit really nice. They're not too stiff, but they're not loose, right? And the hardest part is sometimes getting the head back on the peg when you're swapping out the heads. The paint apps are amazing. There is some wear that happens on the joints a little bit. I do not have a Kiloward in hand yet. That's Operation Monster Force, and I'm hearing mixed things about that one. That one's loose. The heads don't fit quite right. They need a lot of heat or something. I don't know. I don't have that one in hand. I've heard some odd things about the white version of Veteran William being different too. They're all the same molds, so they look fantastic. And some of them may need a little more tweaking than others. I like I said, I don't know. I don't have those in hand. But the original Veteran William is a phenomenal. It's the best werewolf figure that's ever been made. And I'm going to talk a little bit later about the Great Wolves because they're double jointed knees and elbows.
Woo, okay. You can get some
Um,
really wild stuff, photographs with those, right? Some crazy poses.
well, I'll talk about it later.
Yeah. Nice. Nice.
The Veteran William is phenomenal, and he's got this amazing feature with his shotgun because you can break the shotgun and pull out the shotgun shells, and he's got shotgun shells on his belt that you can
Sweet.
pull up, and the hands and everything. The comic book that came with him is a little odd because it was written in Chinese and then translated with AI into English, and so
Interesting.
it doesn't flow quite right, and the tech and the word bubbles are a little weird and stuff. So it's a little clunky of a story, but they're putting lore with the things that they're doing with at Fury Planet. But they're also partnering with everybody right now, Loose Collector and everybody else to get some of these things out. But the Veteran William original is the best werewolf figure that's ever been made. They've been trying to
Boom.
copy it, and I've got the cool models one. They're a little small, kind of gummy, great paint. They're also very cool, but they're a little bit smaller for their 1/12 version. Um, the creature replicas was awesome, but not very posable. Um, and then I haven't got the new Howling one yet either. The Howling one looks awesome, but the other figures in Monster Force that I have, I've enjoyed them. They're pretty good. Um, uh, so I'm a fan of what Operation Monster Force is doing for sure.
Um, I mean, they look absolutely ridiculous, and I actually got one precarious position for Christmas, and
Which one is that? Is that
hang on.
Declan?
No, it's not Declan. It's Sleepwalker. That was it.
Oh, okay, okay.
I didn't want to misname. I know my lighting's not great for
Yeah.
this tonight, but yeah, 3 star gave me this.
Nice.
And I'm gonna do a review on it. I also have to do another review on this bad boy. Oh, my Nosferatu, my Nosferatu popcorn. It's like I've got shit everywhere. So my apologies. I'm not gonna rush through any of this because I want to make sure I don't drop anything. But the Nosferatu popcorn bucket is like
That's
right in the
awesome.
middle of all of it. But anyway, it's Fisher Rice actually, and I got him from Three Star, but he made me promise to do a review on him. So that's the only way I could get him, and this dude is awesome, like
Hmm.
freaking awesome. But Sleepwalker is awesome too. He actually brought him over around Thanksgiving,
Yeah.
and I was like, yeah, I like that guy. Like I like that guy a lot, and so yeah, he got him for me for Christmas. Now, as you know, I'm not much outside of classified collecting at least, but there are. I mean, man, these figures are amazing, man. Of course, you obviously well know that. But yeah, and the thing of it is, like, man, here's the deal, dude. And it kind of goes against what Three Stars question is. Um, a lot of people, it's hard. I know the person he's asking for
Mm.
probably actually does maybe understand like how cool a lot of this stuff is, but it is like being a kid again, right? Like it just truly is. And I think there's a lot of people when I talk about it at work sometimes and I bring it up and I tell them about the streams I do and I do, every other Wednesday I do one with my cousin. It's a GI Joe centric stream. We talk about new figures and I tell him, he's a toy collector and he collects a lot of stuff, but mainly he's got the GI Joe stuff. And I try to explain all this to people. And sometimes you can see the look on their face and they're just like, "Oh my god."
Yeah.
And then sometimes they're like, hey, yeah, my brother, or my cousin or whatever, right? Like sometimes you strike that chord. And for a lot of people, it's difficult for them to really grasp it. But man, like the quality and the detail and the paint and stuff, like it's not just picking up any old
Yep.
figure, that a kid would get and play with like we did back in the day and destroy them. It's a totally different ball game. And if it's something that you really enjoy, right? It doesn't matter. You could be into car
Mhm.
collecting, right? You could be into music and collect guitars. You could be into freaking special plates that, Marilyn Monroe plates, whatever it is. I love it. I mean, this stuff is cool, man. Like it's really freaking cool,
Yeah.
and I love it. So, and the fact that like there's people out there like yourself, my cousin, and obviously a lot of the people we know, a lot of people that are in here that love collecting and taking pictures and making stop motion and all kind. It's awesome, dude. I love
Yep.
it. It's so much fun to be a part of, and a lot of the people I've met in the sphere, the fellowship is just great people, so hopefully 3 star that gives you Matthew's word on that. Real quick, Joe Fan said he's got to go to bed in a little bit. Long day, I get it.
Yeah.
Eric slammed all day too. I get that too. I got about 5 hours of sleep last night,
That's all
and
I ever get.
yeah, I hear you. And it's on average about all I get. But also, I had to come from work back home and then take my son about 45 minutes across town to drop him off so he can spend the rest of Christmas break with his mom before he goes back to school, and then drive back home and try to get ready for the stream. So I was typing like a red devil, actually, Charlotte. I was in here like a mad scientist trying to save banners and shit. Red Devil figure they just put up for pre-order looks super cool. Seen that one?
Which one?
The Red Devil?
The Red
Red
Devil?
Devil figure? I have
No.
not. Maybe we get a chance. We can take it up a little bit. Nosferatu, Eric, is not the scariest movie. It's
Nope.
very extremely atmospheric,
Yep.
very striking cinematography. Very, you're on edge waiting for what happens. Now, if you know the
Yep.
story, nothing's going to surprise you if you know the
Right.
story. It pretty closely follows the actual original. But I'll get into it in a minute, man. Actually,
Yeah, it
I'll
is.
get into it. But it's not super scary. I will say now, if there's a dude at your work that was frightened, Eric, you need to question what you need to. what is frightening, I guess, because
Yeah,
it's
right.
not frightening. It
Yeah,
really is not. It's not your typical drag. Did you get a chance to see it,
yeah,
Matthew? Okay, you
yep,
did.
yeah,
Okay, so I don't know your opinion. I don't know your opinion. So when we talk about it, we get into it. I'm going to
yeah.
find out. But I don't know your opinion at all yet. So and here in just a moment is a good time to get into it because I'm going to bring up the box office. Um, let's see here, just rolling down. Joe Francis Pop, just sorry, Bucky jacket and hoodie. This is actually a onesie. This is
Yeah.
a full zip
You
up
get
onesie
they
piece.
corrected him. They told him.
Okay, okay, cool. Sorry, man. While we are getting into it, I was kind of trying to stream down, but yeah, man, this is a bad boy. I love it, man. Turk Murphy's Solutions in the house. What's up? Turk, good to see you, man. And like I said, I know a lot of people bouncing in and out, watching a couple streams here and there, and that is a okay with me. Once we hit upon some stuff that you might like, then stick around. Uh, current box office. Current box office. Um, Let me go ahead and pull up a couple things here while I've got it. Let's see. Let's get rid of you. Um, I've got Box Office Mojo pulled up,
Oh
and
no,
then
no, no! You want the numbers, man?
well, I have it. I've
Okay.
got by the numbers saved on my Stream Deck too.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's a more reliable site than
yeah,
Box Office Mojo
there
these
was only
days.
really one reason, kind of one reason, but
Okay.
anyway. But yeah, so here we are, Monday, December 30th, 2024. Mufasa: The Lion King's kind of made a little bit of a rebound.
Figured.
Started out a little slumpish.
Yeah.
Obviously, Wicked, um, still holding strong, 39 days in. Moana 2, 34 days in. Nosferatu, 6 days in at coming in at number 4. Now, I mean, total grosses here, in
Hmm.
11 days, Mufasa's pulled in 120. Um, Nosferatu 45, which I think is great for a film that's, was it advertised heavily? I don't know, heavily is the right word,
Right.
but it for a lot of people it's intriguing,
Yep.
and I think it's going to have legs. People, word of mouth is going to make this movie have legs. I really firmly believe that.
Yep.
A complete unknown. It's the Bob Dylan biopic. Uh, that's 25 million, 6 days. Obviously, lagging behind Nosferatu. Baby Girl, is what it is. 8 million. So you can see where that's headed.
Yeah.
Craven, as we kind of get down, some of the ones we really know. Craven, 21 million after 18 days. It's not doing much. Your average per theater at this point is $135.
Yeah.
That's pretty rough. I mean,
Yep.
that's a lot of empty seats, man. That's a
Yep.
lot of empty seats every day. But at least the workers don't have a lot to clean up, and so don't have a lot to sweep.
Well, what's unfortunate about some of this stuff is that people, the theaters were kind of forced into position to put things like Mufasa on the big screen by Disney, or
Right.
not get Disney product, instead of putting the movies that they knew would make money.
Yeah. No. No. You're absolutely right. I mean, I don't know. After 11 days, 120 mil for Mufasa, that's not a great
No,
take for them by any
nope.
means, and it's only going to get slower. 1,800 per theater right now is kind of the highest average out of really everything here.
Yeah.
At least big releases. But
Well,
yeah,
I
no,
mean, Nosferatu's been kind of relegated to a lot of the smaller screens already.
it has. It
Um,
has.
and
And well, go ahead. I'll back that up.
yeah, I just think that's interesting because it's got legs, and people are talking about it, and I'm not hearing people talk about many of the other movies that
Nope.
are out, and I'm surprised that A Complete Unknown isn't being talked about a little bit more. um, I
I
think people are letting that one slip by.
I I had someone, a musician,
Mm.
that father worked with Bob Dylan years ago, and he went to go see it, and he was thoroughly disappointed. Now, at the same time,
Oh,
he
okay.
did say, however, he cried for like an hour after the movie because there were a lot of things in the movie that his father had told him about
Hmm.
that when he saw those things again, it reminded him of his dad.
Yeah.
And, how many people are going to have that experience? Of
Right.
course, that's rare. But, yeah, not I don't know anybody that's seen it, to be quite honest with you, except for him. He's the only person.
Wow.
I haven't had
Yeah.
anybody tell me. I've had people tell me they went to see Nosferatu. I had
Yep.
somebody went to see Mufasa, Moana 2.
Hmm.
Trying to think of any other of these on the
Sonic 2, man.
Craven
I'm hearing a lot of people wanting to go see Sonic 2 or 3.
or
Sorry.
3. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I am hearing that as well. It would behoove them to sign Jim Carrey up for another go round, but
He
it's got to come
said
strong.
he said he was out. He said he
Yeah,
wasn't going to do
so
anymore.
yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's and then Sharlock says it's the first movie in a while I've heard Drinker talk positively about. I'm guessing you're talking about Nosferatu. I did see his review on it. I agree with him.
Yeah.
So
When we get into it, I want to talk about some of the criticism I've heard about it too.
yeah, absolutely. And I mean, really, like I said, just kind of checking the box office here is really just kind of what I want to do. We don't have a lot out right now. I can't wait till next year because I think we're gonna have a little fun next year with a few things like Superman that's gonna be coming out. We've got Captain America 4 that's gonna be coming out amongst others. So we'll have some pretty some fun with that next year. 3-star draw. How much did Bloody Axe Wound make? It's not on the list actually. At least not out of the top. What is this? 19, I think maybe
Yeah,
something
20.
like
It should be
that.
20, but yeah.
20ish. It says 19 at the
Oh,
bottom, but
okay.
I don't know if that. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, I can do a search real quick, and I mean, we have time, so it's not like we have to rush through this stream, my friend. $43,000, $43,082. 3-star draw is how much that Bloody Axe Wound made. Um, just the title alone, my friend, is a meme unto itself. It's
Right.
it's just not. Come on. I mean, that's brutal.
Yeah.
Doctor Doom better not suck. Yeah, we're gonna find out. Yeah, coming. It'll be here before you know it. That's for sure. So look, I'm gonna take this banner down. We're gonna stop sharing this screen. Let's get into it, man.
All
I
right.
don't know your thoughts on Nosferatu, so I want you to go first so I can kind of absorb it. Talk about the criticisms if you want to, or just tell me
Yeah.
your take. I'll tell you mine, and then we can get into a little bit
Yeah.
back
Yeah.
and forth
Yeah.
with it.
We'll get into it. Um, so I went to see this on a 9:50 p.m. showing on a Saturday night,
Okay.
and the theater was packed. And I was engaged with the movie the whole time. I enjoyed the performances. It was filmed in a desaturated color type of format, so most of it seems like it's black and white.
Yes.
But it's not. It's all filmed in color. It's just the lighting, the shading, and everything. And so they really pay homage to the original film in the way they did things. I thought every performance was spot on.
Me too.
Um, for the criticism I'll talk about later, we'll get into it. But this is a German expressionist film, and Robert Eggers did his job making it a German expressionist film. He is meticulous with his detail and his historical representation on screen of buildings and places and costumes and that kind of stuff. He gets real detailed into that, and so much so it can overtake the film. Uh, I don't feel that it did because the story is still compelling. The characters are still compelling, and while these are Bram Stoker's characters, they've been name swapped and slightly tweaked or whatever, so they could avoid copyright issues in 1922, and it's become its own thing. I thought Skarsgård's Count Orlok was amazing. I thought Johnny Depp's daughter did a wonderful job of portraying the love interest, the sympathetic wife, the possessed woman. When she got into some of that stuff and the body contortions and everything,
Oh wow.
you know, yeah, no, it was borderline Exorcist moment a couple of times, and I'm glad that they threw that kind of stuff in there because it draws you in. Willem Dafoe's professor character, um, he's the crazy outcast professor, but he's got some knowledge. I thought everybody did their parts well, and the guy, I can't think of his name, the Renfield character, that was an interesting portrayal. Um, and the take they did was a little bit different than Bram Stoker's or the one from the movie that you might know. But it all worked well. They did the voyage on the Demeter. They covered all the aspects of the Bram Stoker's storyline. Um, I'm not going to spoil anything,
Yeah, that's one
but
thing I want to make sure I don't do.
but it's worth a watch if you like German expressionist, uh, psychological horror uh, dramas. There's a lot of stuff in there. There's some graphicness a little bit, but it's not. Well, I mean, you do see Orlok's piece.
Yeah, you do now. I will tell you, blink and maybe you will miss it. I did
Yeah.
not notice it when I was watching the film, to be quite honest with you. And when I heard that, I was like, "Oh, okay, that's great." Now next time I watch it, I'm gonna have to be on the lookout. But but yes, there is some nudity. My son, 17, went with us, and he was like, "You're gonna have to tell me, the rating of this stuff before we go to see it." And if you understood my son, he's a good kid. That's all I'm gonna say. And so he
Yeah.
was like, but it was nothing, it was
Right.
nothing literally. But go ahead. I didn't want to, just totally interrupt you there. But that was something that there is that there's a
Yeah.
little bit of that, right?
Yep, you get some female nudity in there too. You get
Mm-hmm.
some awkward scenes here and there. Are dreams, not dreams. There's some haziness about
Right.
reality there. Sherlock, yeah, I do know about Max Schreck, and he was a very interesting person as the original Orlok, and then the 1979 movie. Each one of them has a different aspect to tell, and they're almost more faithful to Bram Stoker's than Bram Stoker's Dracula was, in a lot of ways in terms of character
Right.
representation. Um, but no, I enjoyed it. I would say if you like that kind of movie, go see it. Robert Eggers is a different kind of filmmaker, and he makes films that speak to me. With The Lighthouse,
Yeah.
and this one, he's got this Cthulhu horror idea, and people really want him to make Dunwich Horror and Call of Cthulhu.
Hey,
Um,
I would love, man.
it would be amazing if he could do that, because the last person that had eyes to do that made Color Out of Space with Nick Cage, which is an amazing film, and then he got canceled. He's still trying to come back and hold on to making the Dunwich Horror as his next movie, but honestly, I'd rather Robert Edgers do it at this point, so we can get a different kind of take on it. But any of the Cthulhu films, I'm going to enjoy seeing them.
So I agree with you basically on all of those points. And Eric, real quickly before I get into mine, they had trained rats. Now they
Mhm.
did have to fill in with CGI. That's obviously
Yeah,
not uncommon. It would have been crazy to have that many rats overrunning a set. But yeah, they did have some that they had had trained. Now raised, that I don't know, and I can't really find anything about it per se.
yeah,
However, nonetheless, yeah, I agree with you basically on all of that. When you're talking about the body contortions, there's a
yeah.
shot right here that is just I mean, when I don't know if any of that was CGI or not, but when she starts to convulse and starts to, man, oh man, like there,
She goes at it, man.
it's
It's
freaky.
intense.
But
Yeah,
yeah, she Lily Rose Depp, wonderful job. Every actor basically nailed their parts. I love the way the Count sounds. I love the way he looks. I enjoyed the It's a very deliberate film, and I mentioned that in
Yes.
my review the other night. It's
Yep.
very deliberate, and it shows you what it wants to show you. It also hides what it wants to hide. The
That's right.
count is hidden in much of this, right?
Yeah.
And that
He's
I
hardly
love
shown.
that. I
Yeah.
love that because so often in movies we're shown the monster, and
Hmm.
once you're shown the monster, the
That's it.
mystery is gone.
Yep.
And I love the fact anytime you have that first person perspective, or in movies where they do that from the killer or from the antagonist, anytime you have in the shadows, right, lurking, and they do such a great job in this film of showing you kind of moving the camera in a panning it in like a
Hmm.
360 kind of motion, showing you from the character's point of view, is this really happening, is this a dream, is this
Yep.
real, right?
Yeah, they do a great
And
job with the camera motions and angles and everything that they're
yes,
using. Yeah.
it I also said in my review is a very sensual movie.
Yes.
It's a very sensual movie. So much so, I mean, it is basically a woman, in her dreams or whatever, being, with someone,
Yeah.
right? In spirit, in that form, reaching out from across distance,
Yep.
and even later on, or whatever. I mean,
Which
yeah,
is
holy
it's
crap.
kind of funny to me that some of the people that are liking this movie a lot complained about that Bram Stoker's Dracula with Keanu Reeves and was was too romanticized, and they brought in that romantic sexual content into that movie.
Right.
The vampire mythos kind of always has had that since the original book, and I think this movie plays on the darkness side of it, the sinister uh evil side of it.
Yeah, this is if someone wanted to say it was a romanticized version, it would be on the someone has control of somebody
Mm-hmm.
romanticized version. It
Yeah.
would be not just borderline, obsessive or borderline whatever, you know what I mean? Like it's, yeah. Now, as far as some of the criticisms, just to give you guys an idea. Um I watched the Angry Joe review.
Well, hold on, before you go there, let me just jump in with mine real quick that I want to
Sure.
say. um I had a packed movie theater. Getting up and going out of the movie, I would estimate maybe about 20% of the people said that they didn't like it, and they
Really?
were and that they were making fun of the overacting, right? And
They have
and they
then they don't understand the period piece that it is and the
right.
actual expressionism of what the actual movie is
Well,
supposed to be.
and I don't believe that they fully understood that Johnny Depp's daughter's character is going insane,
Yes.
right? Her mind is being invaded by another presence,
And has been
and
for
has been
basically her whole life.
for a large portion of her life. She's
And
been having these
yes.
dreams, and they stopped for a short period of time where she had some peace, and now they're back. She had this melancholy, right? And this was a thing, a hysteria. These things happened back then, and the way that they're presented, it seems overacting to us because we live in a different world in a different time, and we understand humans in a different way.
Right.
Back in this day, in this time, these things would happen and people would react this way because they don't know how to react to the situation. They don't know how to get help for it, or anything, right? And so I felt that the acting choices were well played, but a lot of younger people or inexperienced people or people not paying attention to full context are saying things like, "Oh, it was terrible. It was overacting. It was,
Or it was boring.
or it was
I've
boring
I've
because,
seen
yeah,
boring because it didn't have a dramatic chase with Dracula and Van Helsing and they're on the
yeah."
cliff and oh my gosh, and you know what I mean? Like it didn't have that. No time to chat jumping in. Happy New Year to you and yours. You know who I'm talking about. And I hope y'all have a fantastic evening. Stick around for a little while. And by the way, no time, you need to go see Nosferatu, as we're telling everybody here. It is freaking awesome. Um, Yeah, I get it. I'd say younger people may not quite grasp the concept because the films they've grown up with are what? Marvel movies,
Yeah.
right? That dominated the box office for, oh, I don't know, oh, a decade, right? And so you think of someone who's 25 years old or less, maybe even, and 10 years of their formative years were dominated by Marvel movies, and that's
Yep.
what they probably went to see all the time. They
They
unless
grow
it's
up on Spy Kids and they're watching Marvel movies
yeah,
and
and unless they've been exposed, to something like this, or maybe they're a fan of film, different types of film, then I could see where people would go into this and say, "Well, I heard it was really good," and then they go see it, and I called it. I mean, personally, even though I had the recliner seats, I was on the edge of my seat.
yeah.
And the reason I was on the edge of my seat because I was waiting to see what happened next, not
Yep.
from an action standpoint,
Right.
but from the psychological
That's
mind
it.
fuck standpoint,
Yep.
because
Exactly.
that's what it is. And you're like, what is going to happen to this girl next? Now,
Yeah.
overacting, I guess, but I mean, it again, it's 1830, what, 80 36 Germany, I think.
Yeah.
You're and people talk differently back then. Of course, yes, these are English actors or people with English accents, who are trying to use English accents. It's a pretty American cast, I believe. But overacting, no, it's an expressionist piece.
Yep.
And if you think about it, think about the silent film and the dialogue
Exactly.
that's written on the screen when it comes up, and it's always
Yep.
got an exclamation mark after it, and
Yeah.
it's always got, you know what I mean? So it's like it works. I mean, pulling those components. I'm telling you, I really tell people. I've told several people at work, you need to go see it. And the people I
Mhm.
talk to, people that I work with, a couple other people that went to see it,
Yep.
absolutely loved it. They're
Yep.
showing it in 35 millimeter at one of the
Yep.
cinemas here,
That's
and I would
awesome.
love to go back and see it like
Yeah.
that. And I'm with you as far as the color grading and everything, and the way it looks. And it looks kind of like a black and white film, right?
Yep.
Um, some of the criticisms I heard was that the Aaron Taylor Johnson character was very boring and stupid, and all he did was complain about the girl living in his house, and she's crazy, and it's like, oh yeah, no, you'd probably sit there and complain to your wife or somebody else too,
Yeah. I
this,
mean,
this bitch is going crazy. I don't know what's wrong with her. Again, like you said earlier, it's how people reacted back then. Now, I'm not saying this is just a type, you know, uh, true to life, if
right. Yeah.
somebody was
Yeah.
going crazy. But yes, we know so much more about people now that back in the day, you would think, God, get her some more opium, get her some
Yeah.
more, whatever, right? Like, and just knock this chick out because she's talking crap. Like
Yep.
we don't know what's going on, and I'm tired of it. This person stayed at my house
So,
for a month while her husband's gone. Like whatever.
so yeah. Seriously, let's put yourself
You
in this
do it now.
position.
You do it now
Yeah.
if that was going on.
Put yourself into this position. You have a close friend, a friend that you've lent money to who owes you quite a bit of money, but he's your buddy and you're letting it pass because it's whatever. You work well together, and all of a sudden he goes on this big trip and disappears. And you're in charge of taking care of his wife because, she's a housewife or whatever and doesn't have her own job because that's the way things were. So in society, you're like, okay, come and stay with us. And then she goes freaking crazy
Yeah.
in your house, tearing stuff up, frightening your children, you
Yeah.
know, antagonizing your wife, right? And how would you respond to this,
Right.
right?
I thought it was
He
fine.
was,
I
yeah, he
I
was
thought it
very
was just fine.
generous
Yes.
in taking care of them,
Yes.
but there's a point at which you have to say no, right? She needs to be committed, or you need to go home, or whatever, you
Right.
know.
And
Um,
and and I'm obviously I'm not going to give anything away because I don't want to divulge anything else that
mm,
maybe comes about with that. But nonetheless, yeah, it's 3 stars. Draw says I can see 100% people or say 100% see people saying it was boring because they're probably expecting something else.
yeah,
I would say a lot of people probably don't really truly know that story,
Right.
and they're thinking they're going into an A24 or a Blumhouse production, or the Conjuring series or some type of something like that.
Yeah.
And it's but it's not misrepresented in the trailers. It is
No.
represented quite well. It'd be just like watching a
Yep.
trailer for The Lighthouse,
Yeah.
right? Like, this is what you're gonna get, and if you watch it closely, this is not a scare a minute. It's not a
No.
jump scare movie.
There are
But
a couple jump scares.
you know, yeah, but really, at the end of the day, just to kind of to wrap it up, put a bow on it. The performances, I think, are all fantastic.
Yeah.
I think Bill Skarsgård does a wonderful job as Count Orlok.
I mean, he transforms himself
It's
in that
yes,
character.
it is just imposing, but at the same time mysterious, right? And not just camera facing forward, and it's just, but it's so good. I recommend everybody go see it. I fully understand if that's not
Yep.
your kind of movie. Not all movies are my kind of movie.
Yep.
I'm not typically a horror fan, or a slasher film fan, or a gore fan,
Right.
but if there's something that's actually really good and fun, I'll go check it out.
Yep.
But otherwise, yeah, I just thought it was fantastic. And look, The Lighthouse is a slow burn. This is a slow burn, if that's what you want to call it. This is a slow burn. You've got to pay attention to the movie. You can't
Yep.
watch this movie and have it on a second screen
Right.
and be looking at your Instagram and da 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 da. It's like, you need to watch it and pay attention.
And that's another reason why I think a lot of younger people may not appreciate this movie, because they're used to watching everything on their phone, or while they're watching something, being on their phone.
Right.
Scrolling through Instagram or X or Twitter or whatever, and social media stuff at the same time.
Yeah.
That's the way Marvel makes their TV shows, clearly, because they don't really want you paying attention.
That's right. I mean, no, that's right. And they even have a channel coming out soon. It's a Disney channel that's going to be running nothing. It's going to be nonstop. And the idea for that channel is just background, second screen. That's
Yep.
basically what it's for. It's going to be replaying a bunch of old Disney, a lot of their properties
Yep.
nonstop around the clock. And its literal purpose is going to be for just second screen. That's
And
basically what it's
one
going to
of
be.
my biggest toy regrets of all time was that I didn't get into Mezcos until after they released Count Orlok, the first version. And
Okay.
he is a very hard Mezco to get. And that was one that I really wanted to get, because that is, if they do one for this movie, I think it would be even better, because uh, this Nosferatu is the closest depiction of what Bram Stoker described as Dracula,
Okay.
because
Well,
he had the mustache and the thinning hair and the
yeah,
long
yeah.
nails and
Yeah,
all that stuff.
yeah, this depiction. I also heard people didn't like the depiction and what he looked like, and I thought,
Because
no,
they've over
it's
romanticized
you
the
know, Car-
vampire.
yeah, it's Carpathian Mountains. It's no, I'm good with it. I like it.
I
I
mean,
thought it worked fine.
he looks like a Russian gypsy, right? Which
Right.
is what he
Yes.
should
And
look like.
speaking of which, without spoiling anything, there
That was
is
an
a
awesome
great
scene.
scene
Yeah.
with gypsies, and
Yes.
it was well. I'd say not well needed in the sense that the film was getting boring. It was well needed in the sense that, like, on this journey, right? And it's a moment of respite, or
Yep.
right, and it's like, yes, well needed, needs rest, and that, yeah, at the same time, what a creepy, kooky, like, oh my gosh, Joe fan, yeah, Bela Lugosi, for a lot of people, that's their
Yeah, I
favorite.
get it. I get it.
It's what was that movie? Was it James Franco? This is last year, maybe. There was a movie about Bela Lugosi's final, kind of, filming the final movie. They made a movie out of it, and it was kind of, him going through that process, and someone kind of pulling him out to kind of get his name back out there again. It came out last year or the year
I was gonna say,
before.
wasn't that the Johnny Depp movie Plan 9 from Outer Space?
No, but good one. Frank Dumenu is in the house. What's up? Happy New Year, Frank. Definitely, man. Thanks for stopping by. I'd try to look that up if I could. And
But Plan 9 went into that with Bela
it
Lugosi's.
did, but there, and I don't think that was it.
Okay.
Maybe.
Well, I don't know.
How long ago
I
was that
vaguely,
though?
that was a long time ago.
That was a long. I'm talking about recently. There was a
Yeah.
movie made just recently. 3 Star who went to actually see it with me, and my son and a friend of mine. So the only thing I thought it was overdone in the sense of talking about overacting was the music. Good, but really heavy-handed on the suspense. I thought it was actually very quite light in the music department. I thought it was
Yeah.
very, not too um nonstop or but I'd have to go back and pay more attention to it. But it seemed to me in the middle of it, I even thought for myself that it was more atmospheric, I
Yeah.
guess. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I need to go back and well,
Well,
I want to see it again. That's for sure.
yeah. I can't wait to see it again.
So yeah, look, Nosferatu, go check it out. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Gets both of our
It,
we get 4 thumbs up
yeah.
on that one.
Woohoo. I will say that, if that's not your cup of tea, it's not your cup of tea, and I get it because Robert Eggers is a different type of director for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Um, so I have got, let's see here, a few of the top kind of Hollywood stories of 2024.
Woohoo! This is gonna be fun.
Yep. And so let's see here. And there's a couple ones I kind of drew from not one of my favorite sites by any means, but I did draw from this CNN article. Okay, because it was a little more clear and concise. Some of them are very, very you know, I don't know how to say it, just difficult reads, difficult the way they were set up. But this was a CNN article counting down the top 10 entertainment stories of 2024. Let's see if we remember a few of these. Okay,
uh,
so well, come on, baby. Where are you at? Oh, no. Hang on. No, that's not the one. It was
I
a
was gonna say,
video. It was the let's see. Come on. I actually have another one, but it's not wanting to load for me.
hmm,
All right. So, some of these are the goofiest shit, like Kendrick Lamar and Drake engage in an epic rap feud. I remember when actually rap feuds in the 80s were like real deals.
yep,
Now, like, I mean, back then people were actually getting killed over it,
yep.
right? Uh, I mean, this is People Magazine. Taylor Swift era tour finally ends. Like, what? Now, this is probably the biggest.
Yeah.
This is probably the biggest one. Now, I want to tell you something about this one here. About Diddy. Okay, I got into a little thing of watching videos, keeping me apprised of the various things and people that were coming out about the bail hearings and all that
Yep.
stuff. I went through about a week period where I really was every day it was showing up in my feed. And of course, when you watch one of them, you're going to get a bunch of them. Okay.
Yep.
Um, yeah, Diddy number 3. And I don't even know that this is numbered per se. But the, I think, and Matthew, I don't know if you agree with me on this. Do you think that there is, with like the Epstein stuff, do you think there is kind of this cabal of uber rich people that all know each other, and this kind of stuff is commonplace until
Man,
it gets exposed?
it is. It always has been. I mean, it goes
I
back to
agree.
it all goes back down to the people who have been president of the United States, who have all been a part of this fraternal order until Donald Trump. Donald Trump was the first president who was not a part of the fraternal order or the brotherhood or
As
whatever.
in a career politician
Yep.
or kind of right.
Well, no, but there I forget the name of the group, but there's
Oh,
a
you talking about the one George Bush? They made the movie about it. Is that the one you're talking about?
well there's the skulls, right? But there is something like that, that Mitt Romney's been a part of it. Joe Biden was a part of it. Obama was a part of it. Bush was a part of it. The Clintons were a part of it. All of the people who have been president in the last 50 so plus years have been a part of this fraternal order of people, right? And then
Right.
if you dig into Hollywood, you can go down a dark rabbit hole of the the Moloch stuff and all that kind of weirdness
Right.
that's out there. But but you look at people like Tom Cruise and his uh, religion that he participates in, and what
Yes.
the things that they believe, and you're like, okay, so these types of groups are definitely out there, and they're controlling of their people involved, and um, uh, they don't like being exposed to light. You
Yeah,
know,
it's and that was 3 Star saying Skull and Bones. That's what it
yeah.
was. Joe Fan says 100 years. Son of a crayon slayer. What's up? In the
That
in the house. Yeah, no,
Bohemian Grove.
yes.
That was one of the
So
places. Yeah,
here's the deal. Like, yes, I think that there are way too many things that are coincidences, or
I
not even coincidences. I will say this: it would not surprise me in the least if uh, somehow this year or coming up that Diddy was no longer no longer with us, or like that would not shock me.
nope.
I know it sounds goofy, but like I really believe that those things happen. We've seen too many instances through the years.
Well, and
To name,
the
the
guy with the
Clintons would
island
be
that,
one that you could
you
name.
shouldn't say his name on YouTube, but the guy with the
Right.
island,
Yes. Yes. I
same
mean,
same deal.
Jeffrey. We can say Jeffrey. He was the Toys R Us mascot.
Yeah.
Um,
Ooh. Ooh.
Yikes. Toys R Us. Yeah. Anyway. Um, but I just find that stuff, and this doesn't shock me. The Diddy stuff doesn't shock me.
Yeah.
This
No.
coming out, it was all mainly started because of a lawsuit that was filed by an ex. And then all of a sudden, it's just the dominoes start to fall. And I'm
Yeah.
curious, the web and the people that get entangled in it, and we've seen, and there's even a couple other ones I've got, a couple articles, and we're not going to go into them, but just to browse through them, where you've got some things going on with Jay-Z right now.
Yep.
Some other allegations, other people. Ashton Kutcher has been pulled into this web, right?
Yeah.
Jamie Foxx, right? Justin Bieber. I mean, there's a lot. Jennifer Lopez. I mean, there's a lot of names that are at these parties,
If
right?
they're not associated with that guy from the island, they're associated with this guy right here. I mean, there's a lot of
Absolutely,
stuff that's been coordinated.
right. And
Okay, if you've got a guy out there, okay, this is a different Hollywood person. It's not this guy that literally hosts a party, and I won't say it, but a PDF file party,
yes, okay.
right? Uh, and he's heading up DC Studios right now,
Mm.
and he makes
Oh yeah,
jokes about stuff all the time. I mean, there's some stuff
yes.
out there that is very suspect about a lot of people, and Harvey Weinstein was the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, it's he definitely was the fall guy. May get released from jail, actually, from prison. And he was the first domino to fall, probably ultimately. But
Yeah.
you're right, and that the Me Too movement was extremely popular and extremely strong. It also created a lot
J.J.
of
Abrams'
false
wife.
allegations as well. Yes, it created a lot of false allegations as well. But you're right, J.J. Abrams' wife, very involved in that, and she's a cuckoo bird, dude. If you look at some of
Mhm.
her posts, Instagram posts, man, she is something else. But uh, yeah, no, with the I guess my main thing is that a lot these people run in the same circles, right? I
Yep.
mean, how do you exchanging numbers, understanding properties, all of that stuff, right?
Yeah.
And there's a certain level of fame, And I also believe there's a certain level of selection, the anointed, so to speak. And we've seen it. You know, people get anointed. It's not just, yes, there are some people that get famous by luck. There's some people that get famous by talent. But you see, especially with families, nepotism, but you know, you
Hmm.
see also just, you know, if you go back 100 plus 200 years or longer, you know, with the wealthy, it's passed down.
Yep.
And like Eric Thurman said, the shit's been going on forever, 100%. And then you look at somebody like a Corey Feldman, you know, people say, "Oh, he's crazy." This guy, well, you know, maybe going through some of the things he's gone through, you might very well be the way that he is now, right?
Surviving being a child actor in
Yes,
Hollywood is an amazing feat in its own. You will have such psychological damage from what was done there. It would be amazing if you're even a semi-normal human being.
and let's not kid ourselves because people say, "Well, you know, yeah, the '60s, '70s, '80s, right? I mean, nobody had cell phones, and '90s, nobody had so you know, there's nothing, you know, stuff was under the table, but you know, even now." You know, people have cell phones and everything. They can video. It doesn't matter. If you
Yeah,
think for 1 second that that's not still going on
right.
with casting and agents and managers and producers and directors and like all the handlers and the money people and everybody that's involved in making someone famous,
Yeah,
it's all still there. It's just, look, it got exposed in a big way. They just figure out how to stay one step ahead of it, and
yeah.
and then they change tactics. It happens all the time.
Well, and you know, you can get into you know, the deeper politics of some of that stuff too. When you look at like Henry Cavill's agent was the same agent as The Rock, and Dwayne didn't want Henry getting certain things, so he got manipulated into some things. And then finally, after The Witcher, Henry finally fired his agent, and
Right.
you know, I think has been
Yeah.
doing better since then.
Yeah.
Since the failure of Argyle and that kind of stuff.
Right. And Argyle was I've seen, I'd say about a quarter of it.
Oh man, I can't
Uh,
even. I
yeah.
can't
No,
even.
that's why I've seen a quarter of it. It's
Yeah,
awful. It's not good. Yeah. You know but real quick on this, Joe Fan 84, Trump not being in their crowd is the main reason they hate him so much. That's number one. That's mainly why. And he made a lot of comments about draining the swamp and all that. That's without a doubt, you're going to anger a lot of people that way. Now, it's what's funny about it is they all loved him. You know, they loved him on The Apprentice. They loved him when he was going on shows and he was
yeah,
just a celebrity, right?
yeah. Well,
They
not
all
just
loved
that.
him then.
Not just that. They wanted him in their crowd because he's got
Yes.
money, and they
Yes.
can manipulate his money to be their money or get a piece of his money. And
Yeah.
so that's why they loved him so much. But then when he threatened to expose them or do something,
Or just
shine
say, "Hey,
shine
I'm going to
light on
put
it.
my hat in the ring
Yeah,
and you know do something that I never thought maybe I would do."
yeah.
And the thing of it is, I'm not turning this into a political thing at all. I'm just saying that any outsider that comes into a very inside,
Hmm.
I call it an industry.
Yeah.
Politics is an industry.
It has
People go
become so.
in, people go in with you know, yes, they have to have funding to get elected. It costs a lot of money,
Yep.
but they come out multi millionaires or more.
Every one of them.
How does that happen? You know,
Yep.
and so it's an industry.
Yep.
Politics is an industry and a very disgusting one at that. It's been that way for a long time, but it's even more so now. I mean, it's just out of control.
It's
And
gotten
yeah,
out of control.
um, yeah, Manhattan is definitely a shit show right now. Pouring rain, lightning strikes in New York City for New Year's Eve. I'm glad I'm not there. I'm glad I'm right here. It's getting cold, but I'm enjoying a little Four Roses. I'm gonna have to throw another ice cube in my glass here in a minute, Matthew.
Yeah.
I have to run upstairs, but yeah, and really quickly, yeah, Joe Fan, like George Carlin said, it's a club and you're not in it, 100%. But anyway, so yeah, so that Diddy's just another one in the line, and I also think too that everything's great until you piss off the wrong person,
Yep.
and then it's you know, look at Kanye. Kanye started to say a lot of things, and all of a
Yeah.
sudden it's like now he can't get banking.
Yeah.
He tried to put his money in like 10 different banks, and no one will accept his money. That's
Yeah.
very weird to me, you know. But Inside Out
Yep.
2, Deadpool and Wolverine set records. Wicked defies gravity. Uh, yeah, Inside Out 2 exceeded box office expectations. Um, Moana 2, obviously. But Wicked, that was a guaranteed. That's going to be a guaranteed, banger this year. It's not Barbie, it's not Oppenheimer, but it was going to be a big one. Everybody knew it. And obviously Deadpool and Wolverine, which was for me a great story because we got to see Hugh Jackman in the yellow, Wolverine costume with the mask. Was it the best movie ever made? No.
Oh,
Was it a fun movie though?
I think
Yes, it
so.
was a fun
Yeah.
movie. It was a
And
really fun movie.
some of the critics, such as Mahler, I understand their perspective on it, and I can appreciate it because I kind of agree. But at the same time, it's Deadpool, so we can kind of get away with it, and it
Yes.
works in this context.
Yeah, I thought it was a blast. I really enjoyed it. Obviously Joker Folie à Deux was not what I think. Well, maybe it was what was expected after things started to leak on it, and we got an idea that it was going to be more of a musical, but not a true musical. It was going to have musical numbers. It just didn't make the story go anywhere. And God, that was. I was shocked how bad Joker 2 was. Shocked at how bad it was.
Yeah, the director and the actor didn't want to make a sequel, but they gave him a boatload of cash, and they decided, what the hell, let's tear down everything that we made.
Right. I mean, it's deconstructing the already deconstructed. I don't even know what to. The first movie was really kind of a comment about mental health
Mm-hmm.
and
I
how
thought it had
one.
something very interesting to say about mental health.
Uh,
Um, but
yes, I thought the second one though was basically go. It basically said, hey, people that liked Joker 1, all you people that liked it, guess what we're going to do? We're going to destroy everything you liked about the first movie so
yep.
that you learn to hate the second movie. And, or maybe it was a statement that we know you really loved the first movie and everything about it and the character, but, we don't like that. We
You
don't
shouldn't
like
like
that you
this.
like.
You
Yes, you
shouldn't like
shouldn't
that
like it.
movie. You
Right,
shouldn't like this
right.
character. We're gonna own the
Yes.
chuds.
100%. And boy, did it ever. And
Yeah,
and Warner Brothers really took the fall on that one,
they
right?
did. They fell on their sword for that director. That director's not going to get much work from them for
Might be
sure.
in director's jail for a while.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
3-star draw, interviews by the gayest interviewer. When are you guys going to recap The Acolyte? It will be recapped in just a little bit. I promise you that, not to give any spoilers away when we do our best and worst, but you can only imagine. I
Yeah.
can only imagine. All right. Let's see here. Princess Kate and King Charles III battle cancer. Horrible, horrible story, obviously. But I am not big on keeping up with the royal family.
I sent you the Gal
Um,
Gadot story, right?
yes, you
Okay.
did.
Okay.
Yes, you did. And I was gonna bring it up here in just a
Yeah.
moment. Stars stump for Kamala Harris, embrace childless cat lady label. That's a wonderful headline, isn't it?
I mean, it
Yeah.
sums it up, right? And
Be-
okay, let's go back to Diddy for a second. Okay, because when Diddy gets in trouble, all of a sudden people that were saying negative stuff about Kamala all of a sudden say she's the greatest ever. Yeah, because they thought that they were going to get protection. And so they
yeah.
spent hundreds of millions of dollars on these people to come in and speak for him, and it did nothing. It was
Yes.
just gas, it was air, and nobody paid attention to it, which also proves that the era of the Hollywood movie star is over.
Yeah, it is 100% over. That without a doubt. Let's not kid ourselves, man. Like it is absolutely without a doubt over, and we've seen it, and I think YouTube stars have pretty much overtaken that that title. And it's I'm sure it's really pissed off the mainstream media and like the the late night talk show hosts and all that who used to really rule the roost, and now they've been overtaken by YouTube people, right? And now you have Gary from Neurotic on Piers Morgan and Will Kane. You've got Critical Drinker on, Piers Morgan. You got, I mean, people getting big interviews and all that stuff, man.
Yeah.
Make, million plus subscribers and all that. But these are people that have worked hard on their channels.
Yep.
And so, but they're alternative and authentic news, authentic people. And I think that's that's what you're getting,
Yeah.
right? I
Do,
mean,
do,
you're
do you
getting
follow
authenticity.
Russell Brand at all?
Yes, I do.
So, I mean, this guy did a complete 180, you know, uh,
Right,
scumbag, lived the life, and is, supposedly found Christ, and he's all Christian, and now he's going after all these guys. And, I see the criticism where it's just sensationalism, but he's also, not entirely wrong about a lot of stuff, right?
right, right.
But people view him as the crazy guy now. But, he's been saying stuff, and Joe Rogan is starting to say this stuff now. He's just interviewing people and grilling them and digging into it and saying, okay, well, what I thought was true wasn't necessarily true. And I'm looking up the facts as we're talking. And guess what? So you've got all these other people, the Joe Rogans, the Russell Brands, the YouTubers, the Gary from the Neurotic, the, critical drinkers, all these people are coming forward and just speaking truth, and truth is ringing
Yes,
out. And it's very interesting to see the shift, and people are gravitating towards it.
I love it, man. I really do.
And and it's funny because you look back at a character like Rush Limbaugh, who is a master satirist, and he was tame compared to what we're seeing right now with people like Alex Jones. But Alex Jones, again, not necessarily wrong on a lot of stuff that he's been saying.
No, I mean, look, I like Alex Jones to an extent. I'm
Yeah,
also not going to completely dive in and say,
right,
hey, this is the best guy. Look,
right,
I some of the things he did, and obviously with the lawsuit and
right,
everything, I'm not a fan of that. That's
right.
a serious, thing, and I was not a big fan of that. But some of the stuff, yeah, absolutely, I think so. But he's definitely a pot stirrer. Tony's Figs is in the house. What's up, Tony? Hanging out on the West Coast, West Side. Good to see you, buddy. For sure, man. And you are on another screen, as Three Star Draw says, and that's cool because Tony's checking in on us, man. I love it, man. I did a stream raid on Punk that one night when I was doing Unfiltered or something, and I was just like, hey, let's pop in and just see what's going on. It was the giveaway. It was
Oh
the
yeah.
giveaway, and I was like, you
The
know
Tony
what?
won because it was
What the
rigged.
heck?
It was totally
Yeah,
rigged.
right. Yeah, yeah. Listen, friends. He was friends with the
Yeah, that's
yeah,
it.
friends with the giveaway host. And so we know how that goes, man. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, I wanted to pull something up for I wanted to pull something up for Three Star Draw, and give me 2 seconds, Three Star.
Tony, you got any customs planning that you're working on? I still got to work on chopping off that skirt on my Storm Shadow, but that's one I'm kind of still debating on because I
All
think
right,
you're so much better without that skirt.
Three Star Draw. Here you go.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
The
Gayest?
Marvel show ever created. There you go. just, just for you, Three Star. Oh man. Anyway, so so we'll get to some of the other top, and best and worst of 2024 because that's going to be on our list. So I didn't want to give away the all of it, but I did want to get to some of the news of the day. And I thought this was really, really, absolutely funny as I'll get out. Will Ferrell dresses up as Buddy the
I
Elf.
saw
Buddy Elf
that. I saw that
went to a
video
hockey
today.
game and has a cigarette in his mouth. And when he was asked, it says, let's see here. When he was asked, he said it was a tough holiday season, and he's just looking for a LA Kings win. That's really good stuff right there. I love that. Now, is that his son? Is that his wife? Or is he just in the crowd? Like, I can't even imagine.
And that's definitely not in the
Uh,
crowd. I'm just
that's
saying.
that's great. No, it's not photoshopped either. No, I
No,
mean,
it's not. That's the video.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's great. But I love the smoke. I love it. And look, he's a goofy dude. I know he did a kind of an interesting
He's made his career
documentary
he's made his
recently, but
career on political humor though, of making fun of one side.
yes,
And he doesn't do it that well.
yeah. But man, oh man, I had to share this because I actually absolutely just loved that. I want to get to something that you know a lot more about than I do. I'm just going to say it, and so I want you to kind of give us at least a little bit of what you know about Jason Momoa playing Lobo in Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow. Do
I
you
you
know the character of Lobo very
Oh
well?
yeah.
Because I
Yeah, yeah.
don't. I do
Yeah.
not know
No.
Lobo that well.
When you think Jason Momoa going into the DC universe, Lobo is the only character I ever thought he would play
That's
or
all I've
could
ever
play.
heard. That's all I've ever heard
Right?
about him. What's up, Dreadnought K6?
So Lobo is an intergalactic bounty hunter, and he's a biker, right? So he's got this chopper that he rides around space in, and it looks like a Harley, right? But it doesn't have any
Okay.
wheels. So he's flying around in this hover bike, so to speak, chopper, and he's wearing all leather with chains, and he's got the goatee and the messed up hair and the jeans with biker boots and the chains hanging off, and he's got the chain. He whips around and he's a bounty hunter, right? Uh, and it's interesting that they're introducing him in the Supergirl movie
I know.
because he's a Superman character.
Yeah. It's and look at Jason Momoa returned to DC Universe, superhero movie starring House of the Dragon actor Millie Alcock, um, and as Kara.
Yeah,
And then it's going to be the second film in the James Gunn rebooted DC Universe following Superman. It says Craig Gillespie is directing the film. Now, I don't know much about Craig Gillespie, and I'd have to look up his credits. There are some credits for someone here in a little while I do want to
yeah,
look
the
up.
Flash, right? He did the Flash.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Yes, wonderful.
So I think
Oh,
that he
wow.
will disappear from being the director of this film at some
You're,
point.
yeah, especially in the next year or the
Yeah,
next, now it says right here, it says that, someone from Vampire Diaries, a couple of the other actors I don't know. But this is here it is, Anna Nogueira, The Vampire Diaries, which that's great CW content. Wrote the
yeah,
screenplay based on the run of DC Comics by Tom King and Bilquis Evely. I don't know that name very well, but Momoa confirmed the casting news. He says, I collect comics. I don't do so much anymore, but he was always my favorite, which I find a very disingenuous statement. And I always
yeah.
wanted to play Lobo because I'm like, hello, it's the perfect role. I mean, come on, guys. Let's
It
not kid
is. Yeah, I
ourselves.
mean, if from my understanding, of the character, the way the character has been portrayed in comic books and animation, Jason Momoa is this character, and
Yeah.
this is the DC character he should play.
And he said, hey, if they ever call me, I mean, look, maybe he was a big fan of this guy. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
and, he just said, hey, if they want me to play him, I'll do it. Ask me to audition or whatever. I'm in. But I'm with you. I mean, I guess maybe it is a good film to bring him in on, just depending on how they expand or how they do this universe. Maybe
yeah.
maybe it is a good film to bring him in on instead of being in the first Superman film.
Yeah,
right?
well, okay, yeah, maybe. Gillespie didn't direct The Flash. That was somebody else. I
Okay,
was mistaken on that. I was just looking it up. I said, wait, maybe not. But he hasn't done anything I've recognized. That's for sure.
okay.
Um, okay, so I liked the first couple seasons of the CBS Supergirl show. It had moments that it was not too bad. Then it went to the CW and it was okay, and then it faded off into being horrible. Um, and the best thing about that was we got Tyler Hoechlin Superman out of it. I'll talk about that a little bit later too.
So just to give you an idea of what Craig Gillespie has done, I Tanya, the Tanya Harding movie, Cruella, Lars and the Real Girl, Fright Night 2011, Dumb Money 2023. He also worked on Million Dollar Arm in 2014,
Yeah.
Fright Night. Let's see, or Fright not. Yeah, that's I already called that one.
So
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know much about this cat as far as his directing and everything.
yeah,
But we'll see. It's a toss up in Hollywood right now and these days, unless you
yeah,
get a
we don't know.
bona fide director that you know and have heard of. I don't know anything
Well,
about
and
this
then
guy.
I mean, as of late, you really can't count on that either because it depends on how big
That's
the
true.
budget is
Yeah,
and
it's
how
true.
much studio influence is changing things, right? And I
Yeah.
mean that goes throughout history too because you'll see that there's some really great directors that have made crappy movies, and you're like, well, what happened? And then you find out it was mostly studio interference
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
changed the movie.
I
And
mean,
right
who?
now that's so prevalent when you have 28 producers
Well,
on a freaking
let's
project.
not kid ourselves. Everything is focus groups too.
Well,
It's
and
all
again,
focus
that goes back
groups.
down to the
It's
corporate
all,
thing.
right. I mean, everything is broken down into categories and subcategories and age groups and race and gender groups and all that. And it's just, and so many things are made by checkbox now. And that's not just through like DEI requirements, but that's through focus groups and all that kind of stuff
Yeah,
too, right? Even before you make a film, you bring people in, you give them a little card and you say, hey, here's our idea. What do you think about this? I mean, there's so many different things. It has to pass through so many people
yeah,
before you even get to anything really. Before you even start anything, really, in my
right.
opinion. Um, so really quickly to move on to this. Don't want to take too long to mention it. I have not actually watched it yet, but I want to because
Oh,
I've actually heard decent things about it. Squid Game season 2 is sets Netflix premiere week viewing record to
yeah,
68 million views in its first 4 days. Um, that's pretty impressive if those numbers are actually correct. Look, I loved season 1. I
yeah.
thought it was great. I honestly thought there did not need to be another season of
Nope,
this.
there should not have been.
But I have actually heard good things about season 2
Well,
from people I trust. Mahler being one of those people that seem to enjoy at least parts of season 2.
yeah,
So
it definitely has some problems because they changed all the rules, so all the rules are different,
right.
and that's I mean that's part of the game, right? But why does there need to be a season two
I
of
just don't
this?
feel. I don't know what else you do with this, and I'm gonna find out because I am gonna watch it. But
If I had time, I'd probably watch it too. But it's not one that I was excited about
right,
because one, it's been so long since the first season.
right.
Two, the person who made the season one didn't want to make a season two. So
20.
this may
This
be
is
another case.
fascinating, dude.
Yeah.
Fascinating. You know, um, and you just mentioned it. Season one. When did
Mm-hmm.
it come out? 2021.
Yep.
Good Lord, 3 years.
Yeah.
3 years. A smash hit. 3 years to
Because
get
it
a
wasn't planned to have
wow.
another season,
Holy
right?
crap.
So this is what we were talking about last time too. Is
Right.
like the budget and the planning and all this stuff. If there wasn't a plan for a second season, it's a minimum of 3 years before you can get it up and running after you realize something was successful. If you
Yeah.
already had it in motion, then it can happen sooner. But without weekly episodic episodes, you don't get that feedback fast enough to continue.
I
So
just find it fascinating. It took that long, and don't get me wrong. I know they went into production a while back, but still, like,
yeah,
and even though it wasn't ready or they didn't anticipate it, I just, it's amazing that a show that had that strong of a viewing and everybody loved it, it would take 3 years to come out with another season. And it's probably because they had to figure out what the hell are we gonna do.
yeah,
It's like, what else can we do with this? And
yep.
and and I understand that, but it's been getting, good, good ratings, good score on Rotten Tomatoes. 3 Star Jaw says, "Would you guys play in Squid Game?" Uh,
No,
no. I would not play in Squid Game because, I mean, let's face it, you the chances of you surviving are basically slim, right, to
yep,
none. I mean, the odds are definitely stacked against you. And as much as I believe in myself, I also don't believe in myself to the point where sometimes you get bumped by someone else, right? And you get shot because you didn't move yourself on purpose.
yep.
Or, the game where they were up on the tiles and they had to walk across and it was just like a big, huge 100-foot drop or something.
How much money is it?
What
How
was it?
how?
It was, what was it? Let's see. I'll look it up real quick and then we'll translate it. How
Yeah,
much
yeah. So that's
one
going to be the
was
ultimate question. How much money is on the line?
45.6 billion won. 45.6
Oh, billion.
billion won equal to how much money? That would be 31 million
Nope.
16,610 and 19 cents in
Mm-mm.
US dollars.
Not nearly enough. Not nearly
Nah.
enough.
Nah.
I mean, we got to be talking about billions of American dollars.
3 Star says, "Shit, give me them squids." Yeah, I don't know. Some of them games you might not be cut out for, man. You know what I'm
Ah,
saying? You know what I mean? Even if I had to play Chinese checkers, I'd be like, "Ah, crap, I'm out of luck."
no, man, I need billions. I need to secure every
Yeah, man.
generation of my future,
Yep, yep,
my
yep, yep, yep.
progeny's future.
No, nope. I hear you. I hear you. So do you want to get into this Spider-Man trailer?
I mean, sure. Why not?
Why not? All right, let's turn it down and we'll chop it up seconds by seconds, okay?
We can't get
So,
into the Spider-Verse 3, but we can get
no.
this.
Now, I do have some Spider-Man 4 movie news after this, but we're going to watch the Spider-Man 3 trailer and we're going to break it up a little bit. I got to turn the sound down because obviously there's
And we'll
copyright
probably be
songs.
talking over it just to make sure.
Sharlock, it is whiskey time, and here in a couple minutes, I'm gonna have to tell Matthew he's gonna have to hang for about 30 seconds while I go grab an ice cube. Might even be 20 seconds actually. I can make it
Ice
upstairs in
Cube,
20
you
seconds.
pansy.
I want to get, I know, right? I want one of them big. I got them big square ice cubes,
Oh yeah,
man.
yeah.
I bought one
You,
of those things from the Kroger, and I'm like, yeah, I gotta use
you know what I saw was fascinating.
it.
I saw this was a while back, and it was a little sifter basically where you pour the whiskey in or the scotch, and you light
Okay.
a candle underneath it, and you rotate it, and you actually warm it to release the bouquet that's in there, and it warms
Okay.
it, and that's a totally different experience. And I mean, the ice is one way, but the ice kind of dulls things a little bit. And depending
Yeah.
how you use the ice, is the ice contained, or is it actually ice in the glass that melts and turns to water?
Yeah. 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 I know. I get that. I get
So
that.
so then it has to be the right type of water that you put in
Yeah.
there to open up the bouquet. But anyway.
Right. No, no, it's serious business, my friend. Serious, serious business. That's no joke either, man. I mean,
No, yeah.
people that are, they're into it.
Yep.
Okay, here we
Let's
go.
go. Let's go.
Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. It does open up with the Spider-Man, Spider-Man song, But you'll notice on the Amazing Fantasy cover here that we have, um, okay, already. We've changed the criminal being swung by your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man to someone we don't know who that is yet. Now, we will know who that is later in the trailer,
Yeah.
but we don't know who this is yet. But it's kind of a, man bun ish right there. Sneakers with a suit. Obviously, this isn't, and this is set in 1080p. Probably have it. Yeah, enhanced bit rate. There we go.
Now, this was supposed to be initially associated with Tom Holland, and then Tom was like, "Nah,
Yes,
nah, I don't want
yes.
to do this."
But that changed.
Yeah.
So it's Marvel Animation, Disney Project.
Now, is
So
this still Amy Pascal?
uh,
Is she
I
still
don't
involved with this?
I don't think so, man.
Okay, because she's the Sony side of the Spider-Man stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
But I could not find I could not really find
So
anything on
from
it.
from what I understand, this is the actual first MCU Spider-Man thing ever where there's no Sony involvement in
Yes,
this,
yes, and
as I
it's
understand it.
it is supposed to be somewhat reminiscent of the kind of the comics, the early comics, right? The really super geeky, clumsy Peter Parker, and there it's let's see here. Hit by the car. We don't see origin story. At least not right
Yeah,
now.
well, I mean, that's fine. We don't need to see an origin story for everything.
Right. All right.
Kitty's always been a bit
We
closet.
get Peter being bullied by current day goth
By
cat lady
giant
girl,
by
and
a giant
then
woman bully, yeah.
a giant. We have a Middle Eastern Indian gal and a
Got everybody.
large
Got
black
everybody
lady.
represented there, right? You got
Got
the
everybody represented, right?
Asian,
There's
Indian,
multicultural,
African.
United
Yeah.
Colors of Benetton cartoon.
Yep. Yep.
And Parker's being bullied by, a very, very large woman, Queen Latifah-ish, if you will.
Well,
Um,
she's not like that, but
No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm not. Anyway, so
I remembered I left something in the bathroom.
okay, now our classroom. Now here's the thing. I
yeah,
think
hold
what
on.
I'm gathering. Okay,
Was
go ahead.
Peter's skin a little darker as well, or is he just tanned? Because
I
in that
think-
one scene right back there, yeah, right there, not there, but the next part,
Right.
right there.
Oh, like if I can get it to stay on it.
Yeah.
Here, actually, hang
I
on.
left something in the bathroom. Deuces.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
However, right here, so what I'm gathering, okay, just to give you guys an idea, and then I'll hit the chat up here in a moment. What I'm gathering is that he lives in like a hood part of town. That's what I'm gathering is they said, hey, he lives in kind of a hood part of town, and the high school he goes to is kind of like that. That's what it seems like.
Yeah.
I've gathered from checking out the trailer a little bit. Um, let's see. Hey, get that Four Roses, Sherlock. Don't mess around now. Don't mess around. Um, yeah, Clint Jorgensen's in the house too. Diddy's top story, Cat Williams caught in January, Queen Bey with the biggest collateral damage, 25. That very well could be the case. Jay-Z, and that's one of the stories that I had about Jay-Z and some allegations. Let's just say that. But anyway, so yeah, he lives in the hood.
Parker.
And I guess he's doing, let's see that again. He's like, West Side. So I'm not sure. I don't understand it because I don't know if the messaging is that this is like trying to satiate the diversity program, or if this is like a joke about it, because he literally gives like this whole gang. It's not. I know it's not gang sign. I'm not stupid, but it's like, Parker out West
Parker
Side,
out.
right? Like, is that making fun of it? Is that him trying to fit in and he's just goofy? I'm not sure, right? I don't know
Yes.
how to take it.
That
I think it's
this
really stupid.
this thing that you paused on right there is also another misnomer
Yes. Well, okay, go ahead.
because the studio that brought you X-Men 97 no longer exists because that was done in the United States and all animation has been offloaded to other places. So it's not being done here where that
Right.
studio existed. So what studio are they talking about? Are they talking about just Marvel Studios? Is that just Disney? Because it's not really the people that brought you X-Men 97 because the guy who brought you that got canceled, right?
Yes.
So he's gone,
Yeah.
and
And
the
yeah.
studio he was involved with no longer exists because
Right.
they outsourced it to another country.
Uh, so yes, this is misleading to say the least. But we've seen that with marketing. It's not unusual, and they're trying to promote this. So if you liked X-Men '97, you're gonna like this. Now, what do you think about the uniform here? The oversized hockey shirt, I guess, right? Like the knee pads, and he's got the wrist web, shooters with the lines to a backpack, and the sneakers, and uh
Hey,
okay.
where
Nope.
where are we in Spider-Man's timeline? We don't know.
Yeah, we have no true idea at this moment. Now, here we have, okay, hang on. Here we have this young lady. This young lady is being accosted by some bad people. Okay.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
young lady's being chased around the corner. Um, Holy moly. All right. Oh, wait, that's not a young lady.
Check out our next.
Hang on, just so you can hear the voice. That's not a young lady.
Check out our next victim in.
Let's see. Let's just back it up just a tad.
I thought it was Dan Meat. Check out our next victim in his dumbass costume.
So these are three guys that run a Instagram channel, YouTube channel, something like that. And they have accosted this young man. This young man.
Now, hey, look at this picture right here. Is this the back of his head?
It is. He
That's the
actually.
back of Man Bun's head.
Yes, it is. And
Okay.
so
Is my suit really that bad? Ow.
okay, and we see that is. Who do you think this is, Matthew? Do you know who this is?
I do know who this is.
Okay. So I'm curious if the chat knows who this is. Who this character on the right is. I'm curious if y'all can guess who this character is. Of course, we get Spider-Man,
Watch out for that ladder.
obviously beating up the crew here. And then he commandeers the phone and says, "Hey, this is Spider-Man." January 29th is when this comes out. And then we get, a little action, whatever. Okay. So again, this is I'm guessing who this character also is. Who do you think that is?
That's got to be Flash, right?
Got to be Flash. Got to be Flash.
Yep.
It has to be Flash.
That's fine.
So
I
again,
don't care
got
about that one.
Yep.
That one I don't care about. The problem is when you get Harry Osborn looking
so
like
this is Harry Osborn, folks, by the way, on the left here in the green suit. That's Harry Osborn with the earrings and the bun and the rose and the I don't even really know what to think of
they're
this.
going to get into some really awkward moments with
Because-
Harry because of what Harry has to do and who Harry is.
Right.
And it's going to be very awkward for them when they have to take this character and turn him into that. Because it's falling right into some very negative stereotypes. So they're painting themselves into a corner,
Yes.
which they do all the time, and they don't realize it.
Yes.
It's like what they're going to do with the new Harry Potter TV show. If they choose to go the route that they're going there, that's going to be a serious problem.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. And Sherlock, yeah, it's kind of like newspaper funnies, right? It's kind of the way it looks right now.
So, do you know who IMDb has listed as the writers of this show?
I do not. Not yet. Now we see who is that on the right.
Captain America, the
Well,
real one,
and
the
Norman.
one and only Captain
Norman
America.
Osborn. Yeah, the one and only Cap. But that's Norman Osborn. All right, right there. And obviously, you know, Harry has been I don't even know if Harry has a pronouns in gender. I don't even know. I have no clue. Who's writing this?
Well, the credited writers are Stan Lee and Ditko.
What?
And Steve Ditko and Jeff Tremmel. So Jeff Tremmel's writing the show, and he's telling everyone, hey, it's based off of this stuff. None of this shit looks like it's based off of Stan Lee or Steve Ditko stuff. So I will tell you, Jeff Tremmel is the one writing this. Now, who's Jeff Tremmel? Nobody. Really.
Interesting. You know,
He's done a handful of animated stuff that you've probably never heard of because it's like Nick Jr.
Right.
TV stuff. So he's done nothing but animation writing. That's
Right.
all he's done.
Right.
So this will probably be the biggest thing that he's ever done.
Yeah, Sherlock, I'm with you. You know, easy skip. You know, for me, man, I don't know. I don't.
So it's going to be one of those things that I'm probably going to have to watch because I had to watch that blasphemous Batman J.J. Abrams thing that they offloaded to Amazon.
Right.
You know, and you know, I tried to watch Creature Commandos. I just can't. I love animation. I love animation.
Yeah.
And you'll see later when I talk about my top 10 TV shows and movies and stuff like that. There's animation on there.
Yeah,
and so I don't like the animation style of this. I don't like the images that they're putting up there because it doesn't make sense in the universe. There's a lot of things that you can change that will still flow with the universe. And can you tell that story? And how do you tell that story of that awkward kid and all these moments? It may appeal to younger people. I don't know. But it's not going to appeal to me. It's not targeted towards me. And it doesn't have to be. But at the same time, I don't know if they're going to capture the market they think they're going to with this. I don't know that this will be
I don't
success.
think so. I don't think so. And I think the people that are actually that would like to watch it are probably not. They're you know or that care about it probably are not going to watch it. I don't expect just judging by the trailer, I don't expect it to do very well. Maybe I could be shocked and my mind could be changed, but I just have a feeling it's prominent, it's front and center, and I just don't think that people are going to be interested. What they may be interested in, though, is Spider-Man 4 with Tom Holland. And right now we have Destin Daniel Cretton. Now, do you know who this person is and what they've directed?
The name is vaguely familiar, but no, not really.
Well, I'm going to give you an idea. It's a bunch of stuff that you have never heard of except for Shang-Chi.
Oh, yeah, that's right. This is the Shang-Chi one. Yeah.
Yep. He's worked on Shang-Chi, a Naruto anime, The Shack, and I Am Not a Hipster, Short Term 12, and Just Mercy with Michael B. Jordan. Other than that, I have no clue who this guy is.
So I don't know. I don't know what this person can do or not do. Shang-Chi is not a good movie. That's the only one I do know. And I can tell you that if they're hiring people, depends on why they're getting this job.
Yeah, I don't know.
And if it's just because they're the cheapest person to do it, I don't know. Have you heard what Tom Holland has been doing lately?
No, other than acrobatics, or I don't know.
So this is something that apparently I don't know if it's out there much or how true it is. I don't know.
Okay.
But the rumor is that he is taking control of the Spider-Man character in his own way by saying, I'm going to be very selective to what I lend myself to with this character. So he's having a more of a say in what happens to the character. I don't know if that's
Okay.
going to be good or bad, but he's actually taken an active interest in Spider-Man. And so that gives me hope on one level. But at the same time, also like, okay, if he's dating Zendaya and Zendaya is telling
Right.
him this, that, and the other, then he's going to go do that probably, right?
Right.
I don't know if that relationship's still in play or not, but to say that he's standing up for himself and saying, I'm not going to do this, that, or the other. And he said no to this friendly neighborhood Spider-Man project. And, what's his name? Charlie Cox and
Yeah.
Vincent D'Onofrio are
Yes.
lending their voices to that show. So they're going to be Daredevil and Kingpin in that show as far as the credits on IMDb say right now. Now,
Okay.
IMDb is not the most reliable source because
No,
their
it's
stuff
not
is
the end
incorrect
all
all the
be
time.
all, right?
Well, and they get actors and people wrong all the time on that,
Sure.
and it's freaking hilarious. But I'm curious to see what's going to happen, and if Tom has enough pushback to make enough changes for it to be a quality product. And considering that um, No Way Home was such a success and people loved it so much because it brought in Toby and Andrew and
Yeah.
everyone, Alfred Molina, I mean, it was such a great movie from that perspective. If he learned something from all those people he worked with, then I'm all hopeful. Because if he learned from Andrew Garfield, if he learned from Tobey Maguire, and can take those lessons and move them forward with the character and take control of it, then it has hope and potential. So I'm
Yeah.
not going to throw it out just yet, but
No, I think. Look, I love the last one. I thought it was great. I
yeah,
really enjoyed it, and I think the last thing I want to do is follow it up with something that's just a total dud.
right.
Supposedly, it is going to take place right after the end of the third movie, which is where his friends don't know who the heck he is. Now, how they
Which,
resolve that, I don't know.
well,
Um,
okay, so in my opinion, this will be the first actual Spider-Man movie because he won't have the support structure, and Spider-Man never had a support structure.
right,
He was never funded by a billionaire to create his suits.
right.
He never had help in any way. He was always on his own, and he
So we'll get
always.
we'll get to see that. Yeah, we'll get to
I hope
hopefully
so.
that more grounded
Well,
level
I don't want to
type
say
of thing.
grounded, but the
Well,
original Spider-Man Ditko's Stan Lee stories.
you know what I mean, though,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like, just a smaller, maybe smaller scale. I mean,
yeah,
who knows? Not the world-ending event that what has been basically almost every movie. It seems like.
yeah. And we're
Uh,
not going to get this super Iron Man spider armor stuff.
Now he's also in Christopher Nolan's next film, and then maybe in Avengers: Doomsday. And it's supposed to be. It says right here, expected to shoot next year. So he's gonna be busy as crap.
Yeah,
But it says Sony controls the film rights. Obviously, Disney owned the Marvel Studios, produces
yeah,
with them, via landmark partnership in 2015.
right.
Supposedly, the rumor is that Punisher may make an appearance. Obviously, I think Charlie Cox's Daredevil is maybe set to
Yep.
make an appearance in this film. I mean,
I'm
that would be
excited.
awesome. I love
I,
Punisher, and I would love to see him on the big screen.
John Bernthal's Punisher
Oh man,
and Charlie Cox's Daredevil are, uh, for the most part, the best versions of those we've ever seen in live action.
yes,
And I'm hopeful, but I also know that Charlie Cox also did She-Hulk and also did some other stuff. Well, She-Hulk and no, Vincent D'Onofrio did the Hawkeye one.
Yeah, and Echo and
And Echo. That was an
yeah.
Echo. So, but his part in Echo was fine. His part in
Right.
She-Hulk was not fine.
And Kate Bishop, Hawkeye, and I mean,
I didn't mind that show as much as some people did, but except for that ending. Really, the ending with the Kingpin.
that was terrible.
It was terrible. It didn't need to happen. It shouldn't have happened, and it kind of takes away from the menace of the
Yes.
Kingpin. So
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would love to. I really did enjoy the last Spider-Man movie, and I think I'm not alone. It's almost $2 billion.
Yeah.
And I think they properly brought all three guys together. Great fan service. It's a fun way to bring something like that in. 3 Star says I wasn't sold on Bernthal until as Punisher until I saw it. All I could see was Shane from The Walking Dead, but man, was he great. Yeah, and I think that's when fans get those actors that kind of nail it, or that and at least embody the part. It's hard to let that go, and I think that was a lot of the trouble that people had when with the was John Krasinski being brought in, right, to do Fantastic Four.
No,
Holy shit!
Quite honestly, he was the perfect. I think everybody thought he was the perfect casting for Mr. Fantastic.
Yes,
but what they did to him ruined it forever. And everybody knew that he would never be brought back as this character, and everybody wanted to see him as this character, and that's why they cast him. But they cast him to destroy him, and so now that person will never be that character ever again, and it sucks because it's what the fans actually wanted to see.
And I think that that movie obviously destroyed a few characters in people's eyes. Yeah. Although it also created one of the funniest memes I've seen with Patrick Stewart and the thing going out of control, like the little cart thing, and he's spinning and he's goes flying around. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. I need to look it up and play it. I don't give a shit. That's pretty funny. Jay Gonzo, what's going on, man?
What's up?
How you doing? Happy New Year to you. Yeah, 3 stars. What's going to be hard about Robert Downey Jr. as Doom? I do think it's going to be hard for people to see that, and maybe it's difficult to see somebody who's already played such an iconic character,
well,
and then bring them into another role.
That's going to be the biggest thing. Is like, how do you do this? Because can Robert Downey Jr. play Dr. Doom, Victor Von Doom?
Right.
Yes. He absolutely can, but he's been Tony Stark. And honestly, Tony Stark is more akin to who he actually is than any character he's probably ever played before, except for maybe Charlie Chaplin. Right. And so now you're diving into this totally different type of character. Can he do it? Yes. Will he be believable? I don't know. What story are they going to tell? I don't know. If they're going to go with the comic idea of Tony Stark and Victor switching bodies and all this other weird stuff, I don't know. That's going to be some very strangeness that will be hard to get over.
Yeah, and they're going to have to be delicate with that.
Yeah, and for the average fan, it's going to go over their head, right? So it's going to be a tough sell.
Yeah, they're going to have to be very delicate with that. I think was that the Multiverse of Madness?
Yes.
Is what it was?
Yep.
God, if
that movie made me so mad.
I wish I could find that.
Yeah, I know that movie made $1 billion or whatever, but it made me so mad. I was like, seriously, this is truly the death of the MCU. But
yeah, well, they knew what the fans wanted, and it obviously didn't deliver on.
No, it didn't.
Then it destroyed certain characters, right? And so I get it. I mean, I fully understand. Oh, screw. I was going to try to find that, but I can't sit here and type and try to look it up. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen when he comes out and then they just send him going around room in his thing. So let's see here. I've got really quickly because you had sent me this, and it's I mean, look, I don't think Gal Gadot is the most fantastic actress to say. I did like
Yeah.
her in Wonder Woman, um,
Yeah.
but
The
yeah,
first one.
8 months. 8 months. Yeah, the first one. 8 months pregnant, diagnosed with a brain blood clot, confined to bed. Now, she's filmed this Snow White movie, but yeah, emergency brain surgery.
Yeah.
Pregnant with her fourth daughter, and obviously I think she's okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, holy moly! For weeks
I,
I endured excruciating headaches, confined me to bed, and I finally underwent an MRI that revealed the truth. In one moment, my family and I faced how fragile life can be, of course. But yeah, a massive blood clot. Like 8 months pregnant. I mean, um,
and if
yeah.
you want to learn more about that blood clot issue and brain surgery, tune into a Punk with Toys channel on Thursday with a friend when he interviews Wraith Mace, who went through
Yes.
something similar this past year.
Right. Yes. Uh, you know. But yeah. So, um, hopefully, I mean, she, full recovery, and obviously, it sounds like, I mean, the one thing you can be sure of, she probably got the best care possible, right? Without a
Yeah.
doubt. But yeah, I saw that when you had sent me that too, and I had actually seen that
Yeah.
story, and that could have been tragic
Yeah.
very, very easily, very
Very
quickly,
easily. Yeah.
undiagnosed.
Yeah.
So if you guys remember a while back, Warhammer 40K had introduced evidently female custodies,
Mm.
and this did not go over well.
Where's Wraith Mace? We need him to
I
talk
know,
about
I
this.
know. Evidently, though, Warhammer 40K Guide appeared to remove female Adeptus custodies from canon. So they had
Wow.
yeah, exactly.
They
A recent
realized where
addition.
their money comes from.
Well, yep. A recent edition of the Ultimate Guide to Warhammer 40K appeared to eliminate the recently retconned in female members of the Adeptus Custodes from the game's canon. Uh, it says recent debate within the Warhammer community centered on the inclusion of female custodians, which had never been, and
Yep.
in going decades back into the lore,
Yeah.
had never been the case. Adeptus Custodes are renowned as the Emperor of Mankind's elite personal guards, embodying unparalleled martial prowess and unwavering loyalty. Traditionally depicted as male, these custodians serve as the Emperor's shield, protecting the security of Terra with genetically enhanced abilities. Their role has always been pivotal within the Warhammer 40K lore, making any changes to their depiction significant to the fan base.
Happy New Year, East Coast.
Yeah,
Happy
there
New
we
Year,
go.
East
Yeah,
Coast.
that's right. Right at it. Happy New Year, East Coast. I've got a little bit left. I'm gonna have to refill here momentarily. But nonetheless, yeah, in 2024, for some reason, and I think we know the reason, all of a sudden they decided that they wanted to try to establish that there had been female custodes all along.
Yep.
And it says funny. It says this announcement was met with mixed reactions. No, it wasn't mixed.
It really wasn't.
It was not mixed.
No, it wasn't. If you look at 90% of the Warhammer community probably said, "What the hell are you doing?"
Yeah.
And 10% were like, "Okay, whatever."
And it people like the lore that's been established. If it's been around for a long time, that's what they're used to. That's what they like. When you start going and messing with shit like that, people don't like that shit. Is there a certain section of people that have infiltrated their way into fandom? I look, Matthew, and I'm gonna tell you something. This may make some people mad. It may not. I hear Punk all the time talk about I'm not a gatekeeper.
Well,
I think gatekeeping is crucial in certain instances.
Absolutely,
it just is. I'm sorry.
And I've always said this, and it's not gatekeeping to be exclusionary. And that's not the way nerds work, in my opinion.
Yes,
From
100%.
everything that I've seen, it's not gatekeeping to be exclusionary. It's gatekeeping to see what is your level of knowledge.
Yeah.
How much of this lore do you know, and how much am I going to teach you about it?
And are you
compared to what
really
I know?
interested? Are you interested in it for
And
for
are
the
you
for the right reasons?
correct? Right. And so gatekeeping shouldn't be considered a negative thing. It is an inclusive thing if you really want to be a part of that group, because
Yes.
you will engage with those conversations. And I've seen girls get in there and hash it out with guys about the minutia on a bunch of stuff because they want to be included with their boyfriend's likes, right? Like they
Right.
want to be included. I've seen a whole bunch of other people do the same thing. And you go into a comic book store, and that's the way it used to be back in the day. You'd go in and you'd argue about XYZ issue of whatever comic book that you're into, and you would just spend 45 minutes arguing about it. And
Right.
you'd come out of it saying, okay, awesome, I'm gonna pick up this comic book or that one or whatever, or no, I'm not, and that's fair because you can have a discussion about it. And to call it gatekeeping sounds negative, but really is a preservation thing. To keep something of the quality that it is needs to have gatekeeping.
I like the preservation part.
Yeah.
I actually really like that because, and it would be easy for somebody to twist those words around and say, no, you're just trying to keep people out of your boys' club or out of your club. But
No.
that's not it. Like you said, gauging the level of interest. How interested are you? Do you really care about the lore? We've seen it. And look, pop culture. It's a pop culture podcast, stream, whatever you want to call it, live stream. Say it all the time. People are very protective about the things they love because they've invested years and years of their lives. And when all of a sudden somebody decides they are only interested in going into something that you like, okay, then finding all the things they don't like about it once they become interested in it, and then telling you all the things they don't like, and then trying to kick you out of the club you've been in for decades.
The people
and
that
then
have
changing all the
decades.
things that you've loved about it.
Yep.
They want all those things changed, and now you're not welcome anymore. And that's happened with so many things that we all love.
It's why Star Trek is dead. It's why Star Wars is dead. It's why Doctor Who is dead. And it's because the only thing that exists is what's been done in the past. Because all of this new stuff is so terrible, people don't want to be a part of it anymore. And you're not bringing in new people. You are just diminishing the people who are trying to hold on to it. Because every time you drop an acolyte, you lose 100,000 people that used to love this product. And now they're like, I don't care anymore. I'm not going to watch the next thing that comes out because I'm sick and tired of this.
Man, I'm gonna tell you something. I watched yesterday, and Clint, I agree with you to a certain extent with that too. And I think it's for different reasons. I think some of the same, but for different reasons within sports. And that's something I could really get into, Clint. But I will say this: I watched a video by Star Wars Theory, the biggest Star Wars channel on YouTube.
He's
bigger
awesome.
than the official Star Wars channel.
Yep.
Okay, over 3 million subscribers. Dude's been making videos for almost a decade. All right.
He's made a couple fan films that are freaking amazing. Check them out.
Spent his own money, signed an agreement with Lucasfilm that he would not profit or take any money to produce those films. He's had to make them on his own. No crowdfunding, no nothing. Other people crowdfund, and somehow Disney doesn't care. But for him, they care. But my point is, I watched a video he put out a couple days ago. I watched it last night. And he talked about his lore videos. And when he first started his channel 9 years ago, he'd put out lore videos and they would get hundreds of thousands, million views easily because people were interested. Obi-Wan Kenobi lore, something from the extended universe. You name it, all kinds of stuff. And all those videos would get hundreds of thousands of views. That's what helped create his channel to what it is today.
Yep.
He puts out a lore video now, and it's lucky to get 13,000 views. 20,000 views. When 9 years ago, 8 years ago, when people actually gave a shit about Star Wars, those videos would get 1 million views, 700,000 views. No one cares anymore. Now, why do you think that is? Why do you think nobody cares about Star Wars in the last 9 to 10 years?
Because Star Wars doesn't care about Star Wars anymore. Because The Last Jedi came out and broke the fandom.
Right. And then everything that's come after it has been total shit.
Yeah. Well, and arguably some of the things that came right before that were leading up to it. But The Last Jedi is what broke Star Wars.
Yeah, absolutely.
Forever. Because you made the greatest, most hopeful character in the entire universe of Star Wars a loser, a hermit, a person who turned his back on everything that he loved and perceived that he was changing in the world. He turned his back on his father. He turned his back on the Force. He turned his back on the universe because he tried to kill his nephew. Okay? That movie destroyed and broke the entire Star Wars universe.
Yeah.
Because somebody wanted to be controversial and subvert expectations.
So I remember calling my cousin after I went to see Last Jedi. He had not seen it yet. I remember calling him and having a conversation with him. And I was like, there's concepts I said, man, this movie's divisive. I was like, there's concepts in this movie that you're probably going to like. You know what I mean? I said, there's things that you may very well like in this movie. Right. And there's maybe the return of Yoda. Okay. Other concepts in the movie, right? At least you get to see Luke, right? But I also said there's going to be things in it that you're probably not going to like. And I said, and right now I don't even really know what to think about it. I was like, it took me a minute. I had to see it again. It took my son to go see it and see it again to realize just how much the damage that it did.
So right after leaving that movie, my wife and I, we walked out of that movie. And we always, as soon as we come out of a movie, we talk about it. We sit there and the entire car ride home, we talk about it. The car ride home was silent. We spoke nothing about it until we pulled into the driveway. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this movie. And it took me a long time to process it because it was such a gut punch to see what they did. And, you killed Han Solo in the first movie. You killed Luke Skywalker in the second movie, right? And the person who actually died was somehow forced into the third movie.
Yeah.
Right? And it's
none of them shared a scene. All three didn't get to share a scene
shared
together.
A scene.
Right.
And that's all we wanted out of The Force Awakens. Right? Is we wanted to see the crew back together again. If they had given us that moment, that movie would probably be one of the greatest Star Wars movies ever. People would love that movie because everybody came together and was on a mission or helping the next generation or whatever they were doing, but they were together and a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, it's a shame because of the inability to, if they want to pass the torch, fine. But you have them pass the torch together and you don't kill them off one by one within each movie. Like Joe Fan 84 says, I quit Star Wars. I loved it. Love Star Wars. It was life, but Disney just ruined it for me. Then they have the audacity to label me a toxic fan. Absolutely. And that's exactly what happened. And it's funny because 3-Star Draw said that was actually his favorite of the three. And I can understand some of the concepts in it and why maybe it would be the most interesting of the three. I think it was the most interesting for me of the three because I think some of the themes that it had in it, where the other two movies, the first one, Force Awakens, was just a rehash of A New Hope, and then the third one was just an absolute shit show disaster of a movie. Clint Jorgensen, Luke. This is, he even turns back on dairy milk. Luke was drinking that blue titty milk.
Blue titty milk.
Yep. And then yeah, Luke was hope, second chances, and fighting for what you believe in, and he just decided to abandon all that. I agree. I think it's really freaking stupid.
Yep.
And 3 Star also says, I picture Matthew and his wife walking out of movies like Frank Drebin and Jane walking out of Platoon in the Naked Gun. That's pretty good.
So do you guys know Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels? Have you ever
Yes.
seen that movie?
Yes.
Okay. So when that character loses the poker game and walks out of that, that's the way I felt. Right? When you have that guy who's going like this and you got the camera going around him,
Right.
like,
Yeah.
the way he's got the camera hooked to him,
Yeah,
and he's going like
yeah.
this and all that.
Yep.
That's the way I felt coming out of the last
That's
Jedi.
great. Damn, that's great. Holy shit. Yeah, I mean, what can you say that hasn't already, I mean, been said about it? I think, unfortunately, the damage has just been so done, and then obviously you incorporate the Obi-Wan Kenobi, the Boba Fett disaster, the Acolyte disaster.
So bad. They're
You know,
all of them are
season
so
like the
bad.
second half of Mando season 2, and then season 3 of Mando. You incorporate the Tales of the Jedi and Tales of the Sith or what, Empire or whatever, and you incorporate these cartoons, and then you and through all of it, the through line through all of it is the fact that it all had your identity, your gender, and your race identity politics injected into it very heavily. They were very poorly written. A lot of those things were run by people who didn't need to be running a show or directing a show. Even the animated stuff, and it just had such a emphasis on all the things we talk about that has ruined the checkbox making of Hollywood. It has all of those things attached to it. Every single freaking thing. The Obi-Wan show could have been such a home run. And instead of, it was supposed to be a film, and the original script sounded fantastic. But what they did is they decided, no, we're going to change it from Luke, and we're going to put Leia, because we have to have, strong female child with a full diaper, evading human beings, grown humans in the forest. And we've got to make her look as strong as she's supposed to be. She's supposed to be the strongest one, just like Rey. And so we have to make this as unbelievable as possible, right? I mean, it's so ridiculous, and it was so easy to spot. They made it easy for us to spot. And guess what happened? People stopped watching because it was crap. And they've continued to stop watching. And it's sad when somebody like Star Wars Theory, with the channel, and that's one thing people tell you: don't put all your eggs into one basket.
Yeah.
Don't become a Star Trek channel. Don't become a Star Wars channel. Don't become an Indiana Jones channel. Like, there's gonna be a day where nobody cares, or at least there's gonna be a period where people don't care, and they're not gonna tune in, right? And so, but for him, he's got a saber company now where he's making lightsabers, and so now he's making money hand over fist. But he's also built up his channel and his name enough to be able to do that, right? So, good on him.
Can you hear me all right now?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay. So there's another example of this. There's a guy that I used to watch all the time, and he was talking Thrones, and he was deep into Game of Thrones lore and all that stuff. And then after about season 5, I stopped listening and paying attention to it because I was connected with Gary at that point and stuff like that. But you see that when you pigeon yourself into these things, that's all there is. And if it falls apart, you've got nothing left.
Yeah. Yeah, you have it.
And Star Wars Theory has done a great job of continuing, and he's even created other channels like Cobra Kai Theory and some other things.
He does like anime, it's like Goku or whatever that
like some good stuff, and his lightsabers look pretty cool, and I know that they're functional.
He's done a great job with that and parlayed that into an actual real business, and not having to worry about how well the YouTube channel's doing. But the YouTube channel was his passion, and it's just amazing. You have I'm not saying the biggest Star Wars fan, but somebody who's been able to create a channel on YouTube, become very big, 3 million plus subscribers, and Lucasfilm wants nothing to do with him. They actually
Well,
made fun of him when he cried
exactly.
when Luke Skywalker came back in The Mandalorian, and Luke Skywalker came back. They made fun of him, and the lore master, Pablo Hidalgo for Lucasfilm, talked shit about him
Yep.
instead of embracing someone like that. That's
Yeah,
amazing.
and that shows you exactly where Lucasfilm's head is.
Yes.
Pablo
100%.
Hidalgo is a toxic menace on the Lucasfilm
Right.
story group and always has been,
Right.
because there's nothing that he's done that has been of decent quality. And he ushered in this whole era through Disney and everything else. And I just don't understand how he got there, number one. Number two, how he stayed there, especially after going after Star Wars Theory. Because when
It's
Star Wars
yeah.
Theory, who is literally the largest Star Wars YouTuber in existence.
Yeah. No, it's it's fascinating to me, and I don't know. I don't know how. It's just they're I mean, obviously they're paying the price for it. They're fucking stupid. And everybody knows it. They've seen it, and it's pretty obvious at this point. And will it ever get better? I don't know. I tell you what, before we leave 2024, really quickly, before we get to our top list as we start to round a corner here, get close to the new year. One thing I did want to, man, it's hard to bring up right now. A Wonderful Life got edited quite a bit and removed a lot of context from the stream from it on streaming. Completely removed the context from the movie, and there's so many scenes that don't make sense, that don't add up at all. And I kind of wanted to go over that, but at the same token, it's that story's been around a little bit. It's a shame that we see, if you don't have physical media, folks, then you're leaving it up to the hands of the powers that be
and
to determine what you get to see.
This was always the fear with it, right? Because this is the Newspeak Dictionary. This is 1984. This is all the things that we've been warned about in Orwell and Fahrenheit 451 and everything else. They're changing things on the fly and seeing what you'll notice right now. Because they took 40 minutes out of this film, which takes out the heart and soul
40 minutes
of the film.
40 minutes.
But
That's crazy.
they still have the original version and then the colorized version. Normal versions are still on there. They have the abridged version, which was a separate thing. So there were 3 different versions on there, but they still did it. And you don't know in the future, unless they tell you it's the abridged version. You don't necessarily know until you're watching and saying, this seems different, right? Like back in the day, I'd watch an alien movie on Fox and see that Ripley had a daughter and she passed away at the age of 60 something. And then you continue on through Aliens. I learned that from a Fox television show, and I told everybody about it. Nobody believed me until right? Because the TV versions had to fill in stuff that was out, but they had to put stuff back in to make the run times match, and took deleted scenes and threw them in there. Like you go to a UK version and it's different, and that happens with a lot of movies. So they're editing things on the fly. So if you don't have a physical copy of it,
you don't know what you're gonna miss. If you don't have a physical copy, and like you said, removing stuff, and yet they're testing it to see maybe what you do and don't notice. And 40 minutes of a film, as critical as A Wonderful Life, did they think people weren't going to notice? Come on.
Well,
Pug with Toys, Happy New Year to you, buddy.
They said abridged in the title of that version. So
yeah, well, this isn't a fucking book, Matthew.
Same thing happens with books. If you read the abridged version.
Oh, I know. But, it's context. You remove the context out of a film like this, there's certain scenes that don't make any sense. It's like who was the genius that thought they knew better than the director? That they, it's probably
Let's
some
cut out
22-year-old kid that was like, I kind of like this movie better if I take this out, that out, that
cut out the entire 40 minutes when he doesn't actually exist and see how the world is without him. That's the whole point.
Now,
of the movie.
Joe
Cut out-
fan, no, exactly right. Joe fan, I need to see that in the Muppet Christmas Carol. I need to find out exactly maybe what they cut out of that too. But the thing is, when it's something you remember, that you care about, that you like, you're gonna notice it. But Joe Q public average Joe maybe not, forgot. And I'm not gonna lie to you, there are certain things about movies and stuff I'm bad about. I have people that can recite lines and scenes and all that, and I'm like, shit, man, like you know and then there's certain things I definitely remember, and he says it's the Love Is Gone song out of the Muppet Christmas Carol. Okay. Yeah, it's happening all the time. Nothing new.
Do you remember when Disney Plus first started and they bought Fox
Yes.
and they aired Splash? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember what they edited on Disney Plus for Splash?
They covered, they put they CGI'd hair over her butt cheeks or whatever.
Yep. When she's jumping
like
in the water.
Yeah, like people really give a shit about. I mean, come on, man. So, notable deaths 2025. We did have to say goodbye. As Joe fan says, it's the Love Is Gone song. After the love is gone. All right, little Earth, Wind, and Fire. All right, Hollywood's most notable deaths in 2024, and I've got one that probably didn't make this list. And I'm going to share with you guys that flew under the radar.
So many this year.
Obviously, you see some of the pictures on here. We had John Landau, Carl Weathers, Donald Sutherland. Those are some heavy hitters. Shannon Doherty, definitely remember some Charmed, I can tell you that. And Shannon's Doherty's. Liam Payne, which, that's tragic too. And 5 people got charged actually in his death. I just saw that today, falling from the balcony. Maggie Smith, Cheetah Rivera, James Earl Jones, who we all know.
Earl Jones. Well, his voice is forever immortalized.
Oh man, I mean, come on with it. Bob Newhart, one of the greatest comedians ever. Richard Lewis, one of the greatest comedians ever. Yep. Gina Rowlands, Chance Perdomo, and Toby Keith, who my mom was a huge fan of Toby Keith.
I was definitely sad about Carl Weathers and Maggie Smith too, because Harry Potter and a bunch of other stuff that she did.
Yeah, right here, Harry Potter films, Downton Abbey, 89, man. I mean, that's a good life. Richard Lewis. Now, he was in an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm. They tried to have the camera not on him as much because, you could definitely see that there was, he was in bad shape. I don't know much about, what's her name? Let's see, where's it at? Damn it, sorry. Rivera. Cheetah Rivera, Broadway star. Donald Sutherland, I mean, come on. Right? I mean, he's
Master of Puppets.
Yeah, President Snow. Yeah, Master of Puppets. But obviously James Earl Jones is a huge one. Toby Keith is a huge one, right? I mean, 62 years old. Didn't really realize he was that old, but I guess I should have.
Yeah.
However, there's one that I wanted to share with y'all. Scroll down some of the lesser known, folks that passed away this year. Wow, man, 58. That's terrible. There she is. Cheetah Rivera. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Todd C. hitting the like Hey, thanks, Todd. Man, I appreciate it. I know a lot of people been stream jumping. There's Carl Weathers. Look at that smile, man. The only person to stand up for Gina Carano. I wish he'd at least stood up maybe a little more, but he was the only person that actually stood up for Gina when she was going through the Disney shit. But there was one more person that flew under the radar that we lost this year. And as soon as this fucking ad goes away, I'm going to share it with you guys. And that is Gold Leader.
Ah.
Gold Leader flew under the radar. Angus McInnes, who played Gold Leader in Star Wars, passed away, 77 years old. And yes, I was going to get to it last but not least. Jimmy Carter passed away, is it yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, man, listen, it's going to come for us all, my friends. But,
Yep.
it's celebrities. There's something about celebrities, people you grew up maybe watching, on TV and movies, maybe musicians, right? And maybe it just kind of hits a little harder sometimes, right? You think about your own mortality, but I think about it sometimes when I see someone who I grew up idolizing or I watched on television, it was big in movies, and I see either how old they are now or that, maybe they just passed. And that's always kind of tough. You know what I mean? And so, but 3-star draw says it can come for me in Squid Game. If you disappear 3-star draw and I can't get a hold of you, I know where you've gone. You've gone to play the Squid Game.
Absolutely.
You
Yeah.
son of a bitch. So really quickly here, the bottom of the hour, let's get into our most anticipated movies for 2025, Matthew. What do you say? I got a couple articles brought up, and I think one of them probably nails most of them, but I do have both of them brought up just in case we want to flip-flop back and forth between the two of them. And I know one of them you're probably pretty excited for out of this article here. 20 the most anticipated movies of 2025. This is per Variety. Kicking it off, Wolfman on January 17th. Have you seen the previews for this?
I have seen the previews for it.
What do you think?
Not really interested.
Me neither. I think it's going to be your A24 Blumhouse shitty, cheesy bullshit. You're going to know how it ends because the family's going to survive. Mom's going to shoot Wolfman with a silver bullet or a shotgun or whatever. We saw the trailer before Nosferatu. Did you see the trailer before Nosferatu?
I knew of it. I didn't know anything about it.
Yeah,
And
I didn't either.
calls itself the Wolfman. I expect it to be related to Wolfman. Sorry, not the Wolfman. And it's made by Universal Blumhouse Productions.
Right.
I expect it to be related to the Wolfman, and it's not. It is
Yep.
something completely different, and you're calling it Wolfman, and it's going to cause brand confusion.
It is a new take on the classic 1941 film, however.
No, it's
This
not.
yeah, it is. It's right here. It says this story is a new take on the classic Universal Pictures monster that first appeared in 1941, featured the Wolfman.
No, it's not.
I know. Yeah, it's gonna be bullshit. I think this movie's garbage. It looks like garbage, and I think it's gonna be so predictable and really, other than jump scares, I think it's gonna fall into your The Conjuring and The Nun and the this and the that, and it's like all of a sudden you've got the jump scare a minute type thing. I think that's what this movie is gonna be. Captain America: Brave New World, February 14th. All those lovers out there. You gonna go see
You missed one.
Captain
You missed Star Trek Section 31, the movie with Michelle.
well, I don't think I don't think I really missed that. I do have, however, January 24th is I'll flip back and forth between these articles, although I hate the ads on Forbes. Flight Risk with Mel Gibson. and also Mark Wahlberg. So this is actually a big deal for Mel Gibson, and you know, with Mark Wahlberg, Flight Risk, high flying action thriller, is January 24th. Captain Afro America, Brave New World, February 14th comes out,
They're,
and
they're
they've
bringing
been reshooting that, and we'll be reshooting it up to the last minute. What's that?
Valentine's Day.
Yeah, Valentine's Day. What did I say?
No, you said February 14th. And I'm like,
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I said for all you lovers out there on Valentine's Day, you can go watch a really shitty Marvel movie.
I know Marvel may be happy with this movie, but
No, they're not. They're reshooting it as we speak. They're going to be reshooting and tooling it up until a week before it releases. I guarantee you.
the CGI on Red Hulk alone is so terrible. I'm like,
Yeah, it's going to be bad.
thinking.
Yeah, no, it's going to be bad. Joe Fan, listen, I get it. I have those dulcet tones. They'll send you to sleep real quick, buddy. Yeah, listen, Frostbite, you duck in and out, buddy. You do whatever you need to do, my friend. I am all good. Don't you worry. The Monkey 3-star. You saw the preview for the Monkey, right? Before Nosferatu? Did you see that? The Monkey?
Guy.
It's a family. It's Elijah Wood, Theo James, Tatiana Maslany, who was in She-Hulk. She was the titular character, titular being the key word in She-Hulk. The Monkey is a horror movie about a monkey. You remember the cymbal clacking monkeys?
Yeah,
This is kind of like that, except this monkey is killing this family over years and years and decades. It's twin brothers and their father's toy monkey. They find it in the family attic. As kids, they try to get rid of it, or at least maybe that's a flashback. In this family, they try to get rid of it. They wrap it up. They chain it up. They throw it down a big hole that sends it down to the earth. But somehow this monkey comes back and it kills people in very what's the movie I'm looking for? The Premonition, Deadly Premonition, or what's the the movies that come out where the people get killed in wild and wacky, crazy ways, like somebody sticks their hand down the garbage disposal, or the what's it called?
Final Destination.
Final Destination. Very Final Destination-esque deaths in The Monkey. It looks goofy as shit. It is, however, the writer, Osgood Perkins from Longlegs, and boy, remember that word, long legs. Just remember long legs. That's all I got to tell you. He's the writer of Longlegs. This is a Stephen King short, actually.
Well, I mean, when you said the Monkey movie, I thought you were talking about the Rami Malek, British pop star singer who's a chimpanzee human.
Oh, yeah. Listen, yeah, no, look, I'm telling you, the Monkey, it looks super goofy. I know 3-star draw is all in. Okay, so Snow White, just to give you a little background on this really quickly, I'm going to bring something up really fast here. Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. News stories, Snow White trailer, and I'm going to share this tab instead. So Snow White, Disney Snow White comes out March 21st, and I'm going to share this tab instead, folks, because this tab right here is going to tell you everything you need to know. This trailer, Snow White teaser trailer, has 100,000 upvotes and 1.4 million downvotes, and that's 4 months ago. That tells you everything you need to know about the live action Snow White with the ever so lovely and endearing Rachel Zegler, weird fucking fruitcake, as the star.
If you have heard anything that woman has said, you would not go see this movie. If you had watched
she's a fucking nut job.
You would not watch this movie because those dwarves are nightmare fuel because they had to hire regular actors to play them and then CGI monstrosities that they are now because Peter Dinklage said dwarves shouldn't play dwarves in movies anymore because I'm in all the dwarf speaking. And all the other dwarves are like,
no, Peter Dinklage basically, because he heard about this movie being made, he made comments in an interview that they were probably going to portray the dwarves as like either stinky or living in a cave and like all this crap. And so, of course, right in the middle, and this is literally in the middle of DEI fervor and all that stuff, then Disney freaked out and they decided we're going to cast regular sized people in the role. And then photos got out of those people prancing through the fucking lilies. And then the reaction was so bad, then they decided that we're going to CGI little people. So Peter Dinklage basically, being a little person, took all the roles for little people and then pulled the ladder up after himself so
Yep.
that no other little people could climb the ladder. And now a lot of those jobs are no longer there. And people like that can't get cast because he said his statements. He's never come out and apologized for it. He's never come out and clarified his statements. He's never come out in defense or said anything about nothing. And so he looks like the asshole, which evidently he is from all the points I've heard. And so they CGI'd dwarves into the film now, and it looks like shit.
It's, yeah,
And
it's,
yeah.
there's-
So let's see here. Oh yeah, I guess I could take down that banner. I thought I did take down that banner. Anyway, so nonetheless, I just wanted to share that the downvotes. 1.4 million downvotes to 100,000 upvotes on YouTube, or likes or dislikes. That tells you everything you need to know about that. Minecraft movie, April 4th. This is going to be absolutely awful.
I mean, it's on the list, so it's coming out, but man, that
Yeah.
movie is terrible.
Yeah, it's going to be awful. And Frostbite, yes, let us love short people, Peter, or short Peter's people, whichever way you want to word that.
In May, we've got another Final Destination movie coming out, so there. I mean, hey,
That's true. Was it Final Destination 5?
it's Final Destination Bloodline.
Oh, wonderful! And it doesn't even have a number; it's got a name. Oh, I can't wait! I can't wait for that.
And then possible Final Reckoning comes out after that.
Dude, think about it. Final Destination, they're going to have like a YouTuber die by adjusting. Hang on, I got to adjust my light real quick. Anyway, so Minecraft movie, pass. Thunderbolts, pass.
Yep.
Mission Impossible, The Final Reckoning, the first part wasn't so hot. Didn't make that much money. Everybody thought it would, and it did not do well at all.
I mean, I'll give it a chance, right? It's Tom Cruise, I mean, for love him, hate him, whatever, he usually makes pretty decent movies. So I think it'll do okay.
Wraith Mace. Come on, man. I bring up the Warhammer stuff and you're gone. You come back. It's all good, buddy. I appreciate you being here, man.
So hey,
Sliding in and out of our DMs.
I ask you because we talked about it earlier,
We did.
and you need to comment on this now. Okay, so you got to pay attention. You listen.
Yes.
Hope you're
Yes.
listening. Okay, what do you think about the retcon about the female? What were they called?
Female custodies.
Custodies. Yeah, the
Because
female
they yes, they have
from canon.
the original. They went back and they said, female custodies have been around. And evidently that is now been changed. So I would, and yes, we did speak him into existence. I'd like to know Wraith Mace's thoughts on the retconning of the retcon of the female custodies, because evidently they have been removed.
Yep.
It's not retcon. Games Workshop came out and said Warhammer is for everyone. Well, no, I mean, yeah, it's for everyone, but the lore, right? I mean, yeah, of course the game's for everyone, but the lore was set, right? People are taking a section from, yes, the Ultimate Guide, which you did review. Yes, that is the news. The Ultimate Guide right now. That is what's going on. Speaking of which, Joe fan, I got fireworks going all out, dude. That shit's going all around me. You guys can't hear it, but that shit is going nuts right now. Yeah, 3-star draw in just a few minutes. It is going to sound like World War III. They were talking about a section in that guide saying brotherhood. Yes, which technically I would say brotherhood to me would mean
Ah,
brotherhood. But hey, who knows? Yes. Yeah, no. In my part of town, 3-star, it is gunshots. Yes. There is fireworks, but there are gunshots as well. And yes, Games Workshop, definitely not the official guide, that's for sure. But Games Workshop, they get some interesting stuff going on. Yeah. So we got Karate Kid Legends. That's the Ralph Macchio led. Kind of the end of the line with Cobra Kai, right?
so it's several years after the final episodes
Yes.
6, but then you've also got the live action Lilo and Stitch coming out right before the Karate Kid movie too. So
Yes, which actually, yes. So the other one, let's see. Let me scroll down because I've kind of had to. You've got Paddington coming out on. So Paddington is going to go head to head against Captain Afro America.
oh, okay.
And then Mickey 17 is a Robert Pattinson movie where he's a disposable employee and he gets killed over and over again. He's like a clone. I remember seeing the trailer for that. Uh, let's see as I back and forth. Yeah, Thunderbolts, Mission Impossible, Lilo and Stitch. Yep. Are you looking at Variety?
No, I'm looking at Wikipedia because we've got the From the World of John Wick, the
Yes.
ballerina.
Ballerina, Anna de Armas, and I will Anna de Armas with her any day. And then How to Train Your Dragon, June 13th.
Yep.
But Elio is a Pixar movie. Elio or Elio is a space-obsessed 11-year-old who's beamed up to an interplanetary organization and mistaken for Earth's leader. That's June 13th.
Yeah, that one. But the next one is
28 years later. 28 years later. You guys remember that, right? 28 years later. Director Danny Boyle reunites with his 28 years later writer Alex Garland for this zombie horror sequel where the rage virus continues to rage on. Then you have Megan 2.0 about the doll. We all remember that. How to Train Your Dragon comes in at June 13th. That's, I believe, a live action, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Then you have, let's see, F1, which is a motorsports. You have Jurassic World Rebirth, July 2nd. Superman, July 11th.
Wait.
I know what you...
Hold on. I've got a question here for you.
Yeah.
Because in July 18th, they have the Smurfs movie. Didn't they already do the Smurfs movie, like 2 of those already? So this is another one?
Oh, Lord. Is that what they call them? Fem toadies? That's interesting. Okay. Alrighty. So, let's see here. Fantastic Four First Steps, July 25th. What do you think about that?
So, Superman is going to be the litmus test. I think Superman is going to be the big one.
Yeah. I agree.
You've got the bad guys too. You've got the Naked Gun? What? The Naked Gun movie coming out.
So I don't know. It's not on my list. I have Freakier Friday on here. I have the Freakier Friday, Nobody 2, The Bride. I have Tron Ares. I've got this. I don't know about the Naked or Gun. I would have Naked Gun. I don't know what the hell. I don't know. The Bride is like a box office success of Beetlejuice. This is like a Dead to Life movie. The Bride. You have a Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson biopic coming out with Miles Teller.
So
interesting.
Liam Neeson.
Oh, that's the Nobody too, right? No, that's Bob Odenkirk. I don't know. I
Li-
mean,
Liam Neeson is in The Naked Gun, the movie that's coming out.
okay, great. That is not getting any press at
No,
all that I can tell. You have Black Phone 2. You've got, I know I'm scrolling up and down this article here, but The Running Man, November 7th. You have the second part of the Wicked movie, Avatar Fire and Ash, December 19th.
there.
And then of course I've the Black Phone 2, October 17th. Um, Predator Badlands, November 7th.
Okay, hold on.
That's on maybe Hulu. I'm not sure. 20th Century Studios, actually. Huh.
So you've got Tron Ares. Okay.
Yes.
You've got Mortal Kombat 2.
Oh, Lord.
Mortal Kombat 2 comes out in October, and it's got
Okay.
Urban is in it.
Carl Urban, really?
Carl Urban is in it.
I'm shocked.
And Louis Tan. Why have I not heard anything about
I haven't
them?
heard anything about it either. And then Zootopia 2, November 26th. I haven't heard anything about that, really. Five Nights at Freddy's 2, December 5th.
They're making another Running Man movie.
Well, I saw that, and I just brought that up. Yeah, the Running Man movie. I don't know,
Not
man.
Mortal Kombat. It's Mortal Kombat 2. What was Mortal Kombat 1 then?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not sure what that is. It doesn't even come up on this list. I haven't seen it. I've used it on Wikipedia or whatever, but I haven't seen this on this Variety list or this Hollywood Reporter or Forbes list.
Yeah,
Neither one of those are on there.
it's a fucking cinema movie.
Huh. I mean, and Wraith Mace, I'm not crazy so far about the Superman either. Frostbite says more Predator. Just saw an ad for Alien Earth. Oh wow.
Oh god.
Let's see. Carl Urban, yeah, yep, that's possible. Joe Fan, at least watching that for Carl Urban. Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't made Running Man a remake earlier, but Joe Fan talking about the Mortal Kombat one. Yeah, 3 star says it was a Netflix joint.
Okay.
Joe Fan says it's kind of meh. Yeah, Running Man would do great. I mean, if this was real life, Running Man would be. You guys do realize that if it was real life, if Running Man was real life, the ratings would be so through the roof. It would be so unbelievably popular.
Right.
It would be the most popular thing ever created in the history of television and movies. 100%.
Did any guys see Mortal Kombat Legacy? It was a Machinima production, and it was live action.
Yes.
And I thought Legacy 1 and 2 were actually the best Mortal Kombat things that I've seen done on screen. Those were really good.
Yes. No, I'm with you, man. I thought, I mean, I love the Machinima stuff. Those are some of my best, that's good memories right there, brother.
Yep.
Yeah, the broken hip man. That would be my story, Joe Fan. So, it is 11:49, ladies and gentlemen. It is about time as I get rid of that banner right there, and I should have put that banner, but who gives a crap? Matthew, before we give our top 5 best and worst, at least I have a 5 best and worst, because we'll run a little over midnight, just a little bit.
Yep.
Do you want me to give you the floor? There's one thing I need to do. Because we usually don't go 3 hours. I want to give you the floor for everybody, but I know that you have a few things you want to rant about. I'm going to pull up the stream on my phone, okay? Because I like to do that whenever I do this. 3 Star and I do this whenever we stream every other Wednesday at the 2 hour mark, if he needs to take the dog out or something like that. And we take a couple minutes just to pause for the cause or whatever while one of us takes over. I do need to go at least take a leak for 2 minutes or whatever, a minute.
So do I. So,
do you want to go first? Do you want me to go first? Because the one thing I don't want to miss is midnight, but I want you to have the floor because I know you have a couple things you want to rant about, and I want the good people to hear that. And War Chest is in the freaking house somewhere floating around here. Let's see. There he is. You son of a bitch. So, as we get right near midnight, do you want me to give you the floor for a couple minutes to
Can you give me 2 minutes?
I can give you whatever you need, brother.
Read some chat. I'll be back. 2 minutes.
Yeah, you're good, baby. You're good. Look, trust me, I can hold it down. All right. War Chest in the house. War Chest had a wonderful, fantastic, magical Christmas. This I know. That be the truth. Joe Fan 84. Don't get into the prune business. You don't want none of that. You don't want none of that at all. Yeah, so I don't want anybody to go away, but Matthew had a few things he wanted to rant about, and I figured, you know what, we go about, getting the 3 hour mark and give him a chance to kind of rant on it, and then that will give me a chance to go take a leak. That's good. It's great on a stream. Be like, I gotta go take a leak. Hey, who cares? It's New Year's Eve after all. Dreadnought K6, a squirrel is going to play with his nuts. Yes, now if you shake it more than twice, you're playing with it. That's what I was always told. I don't want to go pee in the beaver skin, so I'm going to use the zipper function. And have some more of this whiskey here in a little bit. Let's see. What do we got? Yeah. So, Wraith Mace. The Metal Warhammer. Here's the deal. I would love to play it right now on the stream, but I will get copyright struck by the company that you make it through. It's the weirdest thing. Like the weirdest thing. I would love to put it on right now, but it literally will copyright, or it will copyright claim, which doesn't really affect anything. I'm not monetized, but I hate the fact that I can't play, because I played one a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, maybe a month ago, and it literally it copyrighted me. I was like, man, but I'd like to play it. Let's see, I can look it up. So I've got my list of my top 5. A couple of you guys are going to be probably surprised at one of my honorable mentions of my top worst of the year. I know one person definitely is not going to be happy with that. But let's see, what was it, 11:53? Matthew, how you looking, buddy? Nah, he's good. We'll just keep on rolling. There he is. Nah, you're good. I was just messing with you. Let's see. There we go. Stop these. I hate when like sometimes you jump into YouTube and it's up on a video that you don't know, and it just like totally starts playing something.
Yeah.
And look, it's my fault because I've got it on autoplay. That's totally my fault. Let's see.
No, hey, I had to say Happy New Year's to the wife real quick, and
hell yes.
So yeah, why don't we, just keep rambling here for a minute, say Happy New Year, and I can get.
All right. Yeah, nah, you're good. And then I'll turn it over to you after that, and I'll try to run to the bathroom after midnight, because that's when I'm gonna let it all hang out, Matthew. You know that? After midnight, we're gonna let it all hang out. All right. So I need a damn timer. You know what I mean? I need a timer. See if I can find it. Look, New Year's timer. Gotta love Google Voice, right? Countdown to New Year's. Time and date. 4 minutes, 25 seconds, folks. There we go. All right, so anyway, here's the deal. Wraith Mace, yes. I've got it. It is the... Hang on real quick. It's the Night of Gray. Is that the one? Night of Gray is the video. Yeah. And I told him I wanted to play it. It copyrights us. But, I'm not monetized. So, I'm watching the live stream from Texas on my TV. That's Joe Fan 84. It's already 2025. You are late. Well, you know, I'm in Central Time Zone, the best time zone, baby. Let me look into that. I should get the option to let it go through. Yeah, and look, again, I'm not monetized, so you ain't got to worry about it too much. Wraith Mace, I'm not gonna get crushed over or nothing like that. I just thought it was funny that it does come in. And yeah, actually, Frostbite, you get to do New Year's Eve twice. Probably if you planned your cards right, though, you could done it like 3 times, right? So everybody grab your drinks. We got 3 minutes and 8 seconds left. I wish. And then after midnight, we're going to give our top 5 best and worst of 2024 as we look forward to 2025. And also, I'm gonna let Matthew have a bit of a rant, and I am A-okay with that. I told him the other day through messaging, you could have the floor and you can rant or say whatever the hell you want to say, by all means. And then after that, we'll throw up the Night of Gray. I'm all about it. Love it.
That's a good video.
I love promoting other people's YouTube. I love promoting other people. Actually, you know what? We got a couple minutes. Let's just fire it up right now. What do you say?
Night of rain, a pair of light. Through treachery, some you rise to fight. A shield of faith, a blade so true. Hero, the hero who sees us through. In the shadow of his bloody fire, where brothers fell to heresy's fire. Unknown night grows, unbroken, unchained, bearing the truth where honor remains. Night of rain, a pair of light. Through treachery, some you rise to fight. A shield of faith, a blade so true. Hero, the hero who sees us through. With sword in hand, it's all defiant to the Emperor's will. It's soul the night through darkness is true. It's pain untold. Nathaniel got rose and fast and more. Night of rain, a pair of light. Through treachery, some you rise.
All right, y'all.
A shield of faith,
We got 36 seconds.
the hero who sees us through. From luminous holes to Titan's throne, a journey of purpose.
20 seconds. All right, fireworks are blowing off all around me. We're ringing the new year with Wraith Mace's jam, baby. I love it. I'm all about that life. Yeah, see, you got the light. I need to get that shit, Matthew. 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, you vagabonds. Happy New Year to all of you. Love you guys, man. Thank you for hanging out for sure. We're not done yet by any means. Eric Thurman, Happy New Year. It sounds like the revolution is going off outside my house, and I'm not talking about Purple Rain. I wish it was.
I've had fireworks going off in my house for about the past 30 minutes. So
Yeah, they've been going off for like 2 hours. You can't hear them, but yeah, Wraith Mace, Eric Thurman, Happy New Year, Wraith Mace, Joe Fan, Frostbite, Dreadnought, K6. I know. Hey, we're late. Better late than never, baby. It's all where you end up living, right? And I get it. I know your cats are scared. 3-star draw wherever you are. For all I don't know, whatever you're doing. you might be doing some unspeakable acts at the moment. But happy New Year to all of y'all for sure, man. 2025, on to bigger and better things. Hopefully, for everybody loves mules. There's my sister. Love you. Happy New Year, sis. And I know Mom's there too, hanging out with you. And I'm here in my Bucky's costume. My son is back at home. I'm gonna text him really quickly. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Da, 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 da. Yep. Mom sends the obligatory New Year's text. Yep. Happy New Year. Let's see. Let's get old AD going here. He might answer.
Yo,
Happy New Year. You're live, buddy.
Happy New Year.
Yep. Happy
I'm
New
sitting here
Year.
with a dog butt in my face.
Yeah. Oh,
Do
you
what?
got a dog butt in your face. Well, I
And
know.
now she's looking at. Ew.
I know a few people like that in real life. Anyway, well, I just wanted to put you on real quick, but I just want to say Happy New Year. Love you.
Happy New Year. Love you, man.
All right, buddy. I'll call you later.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
2025.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Happy New Year, you filthy animals. I know that's not the right quote, but you know, it is what it is. Wraith Mace, your song fucking rocks, dude. Yeah. So, yeah, Happy New Year, guys. And I hope it's a really good one. I hope everybody doesn't do a bunch of, tries to do a whole bunch of resolutions and all that kind of stuff. I think we've all learned our lessons over the years from that, right? Yes, Happy New Year to you, Z Queet. That goes way back. That's awesome, man. Yeah, thanks, Joe Fan. You were awesome. Dreadnought K6 Pop, your New Year's resolution better not be planning on a transition. Don't cut Little Pop and his two pals off. I can guarantee you that will never happen. Ever. You know what, Wraith Mace? I've actually made a couple AI songs. They're kind of goofy. One of them's a country song. It's kind of fun though. I'll get with you on that for sure, man. And maybe we can mess around with that.
A couple
Yeah.
of them that he made weren't too bad.
No, they weren't too bad at all. I would play them for you guys right now. They're just goofy. I think I played them on Unfiltered the other night or whatever. But anyway, yeah. But so anyway, so listen, Matthew, indulge me, okay? I'm going to give you a few minutes to take the floor if you'll allow me, and I'm going to have my phone on so I can listen to you, okay? But I desperately need to go and use the bathroom, and I will be right back. So I'm going to stop my camera. I'm going to mute the fireplace. And I'm going to let you take the floor so you can rant about what it is you want to rant about. And as soon as I get back, we're going to get over our top 5 best and worst of 2024 before we get out of here, okay? So I will be back momentarily, folks.
Hey guys, I've got lists of this, that, and the other that are coming out. I'm posting on my Instagram a list of action figures and things that I like and love and all that kind of stuff. There's a bunch of stuff that came out this year that I'm super excited about that is going on in the different communities, the fellowships and everything. And one thing that a Punk with Toys mentioned this on his stream, and I gotta agree with him because I had the same experience with him. But I opened this guy right here from Skeletron. There's this O-ring figure that can look like this and can look like this, and I did end up getting 3 of them because I wanted support troops and stuff. And these guys are such good quality that I'm like, okay, these were, $20 or so a piece or whatever, but they're amazing O-ring figures. And then I bought a Super 7 one. This Super 7 one, I got this Snake Eyes one here, right? Because I can't afford a V2 Snake Eyes from the old days, right? because I didn't have one as a kid. I had V1, V3, and V4, but I never had V2. But this guy right here, the plastic on this is trash. The detail on this is trash. The articulation on it is fine, except for the head, right? The head doesn't have the articulation that we would expect from an 84 above figure, you know? And you know, you go do stuff like this and, you know, the leg pops back down because it doesn't stay up, but the plastic feels like it's hollow or something. It's just weird. And this guy right here, you know, I can pose him however I want and he's going to stay there, right? He's not going to flip back down on me. He's not so tight or whatever that's with that. You know, that's my big rant. And, you know, with my top 10 figures from 2024, that was he's on the list for sure for that top 10. You know, there are a lot of figures that I like from this year, and I got to say some honorable mentions. Like this guy right here, these Great Wolves, they should have been in my top 10, but they're not. This is an honorable mention. He's got double jointed elbows, right? But he's so hard to move and pose those feet into anything that's not kind of a standard pose. You got to heat him up quite a bit, and you can pop and swap them, but and the jaw doesn't go quite straight. But this guy, he's an honorable mention. I love him. He's awesome. He's gigantic, especially when you compare him to, you know, a regular 6-inch figure, right? You know, 6-inch figure, this Gray Wolf guy. I've done some pictures with him. He's awesome, but at the same time, he's a little bit frustrating, right? My second honorable mention is Jack Specific Link. Okay, this version 2. He's got the Master Sword. He's got the shield. This is a version 2 of the Skyward Sword, Breath of the Wild figure, right? This is a $10 figure. He's got freaking toe articulation, right? He's got double jointed knees and elbows. He's got good quality stuff. This is a $10 figure. It shouldn't be this good. He doesn't come with many accessories or extra hands or heads or anything, but he comes with what he needs to come with for $10. He's awesome, but definitely an honorable mention. You know, I got to say, you know, these, again, we're going back to Skeletron. This is a personal figure of mine. I actually knew Gary Head, so this one means a lot to me. But you know, he would wear these reflective outfits, and he'd wear the snow blind goggles, which, you know, that's why he was Gary Goggles Head, because he had these goggles on his head all the time, like they did with this figure here, right? So, you know, they did a good job with this, and I can't wait for the 6 inches to come out that I bought. But they even incorporated his goggles, the snow blinders thing, in the Robo Skull. So that dude is pretty cool. But you know me, I love to take photos. I love to set them up, do the lighting, all that kind of stuff. And so it's important to me to have good, solid figures. And so I did a top 10 overall, right? And so I did one for classified, and I did one for basically what all my top 10s are, right? And I actually did them by quarter too. But my number 10 is this one right here. SDCC exclusive. This figure is awesome in so many ways, not because she's just Chun-Li, but because she comes with the extra hands that you can use on any version of Chun-Li. And the laughing face is the new face for this version. And they have one with the bun colors that you can use it on the V1 version. So this figure comes with a bunch of accessories that work on both her and the other two versions of her, so that you can get those hand poses and face poses. So she's my number 10. Number 9 I've got is the Valverse Praetorian Elite. This was an exclusive, but I liked the green. Yeah, I love the red and black. I love the red and black, but I wanted something to fight my bats, and I wanted the G.I. Joe team to have an android, a robot. And this dude is awesome. His posability, his articulation is really nice. His accessories are cool. I love this gun that he comes with, this weapon system. And I think he fits really well. I did like the Bone Collector too, and some of the others that came out this year from them. But for me, he's my number 9. My number 8 is in fact this guy right here. This 3 3/4 inch figure that has so many different options, and you can store all of his weapons on him, and I had to, like I said, I had to get 3 of them, right? Just so I could have those different options. And this is an incredible O-ring figure. He's very cool. I love messing around with him. He's so fun. You just take him with you wherever you go. And then the next one, and number 7, is M. Bison. Okay. This figure is way better than it should be for a $25 figure. With this bendy wire cape is probably the best bendy wire cape that I've ever had on an action figure. And it comes with a $25 figure. It's not an import figure, right? It's freaking cool. And then you can swap it out. This guy is so much fun. And he can battle Captain America. He can battle G.I. Joes. He can team up with Cobra. And you can swap out his shoulder plates so he doesn't have the cape. He's got different hands. He's got a different head. This dude is so much fun. So he made number 7. Number 6 is my number 1 classified figure of the year, retro carded Cobra Commander, chrome plated faceplate, awesome deco, awesome articulation. That is a custom Megatron that I gave him there. But this dude is awesome. I did a picture with him with holding up cards to make that meme. So why does everybody want to play poker with me? Basically, because they can see off your faceplate all of your cards. I did that whole scene, but with the extra hands, and, the knife and the sheath and everything. This, I don't know. This holds a lot of place for me. And I know 3-star, you love that one. It's definitely my top classified figure for the year. And there's plenty of classified figures I loved from this year. The next one, we're going to go with the Moff X Bane. This dude is awesome. He's larger sized. He's so fun to move around and pose and play with. He's got articulated toes. And people are complaining his boots are too big. I don't care. It makes him stand well, makes him pose well, makes him fun to play with and fun to interact with other characters. You've seen him battle Guile and Chuckles and a bunch of other people, but obviously he's breaking Batman's back, right? I mean, this is Chuck Dixon and Graham Nolan's masterpiece of a creation in the figure Bane brought to life. And this is a great version of him. He's not so large as the McFarlane version or anything like that. So, I love that. That figure has been so much fun to mess with this year. And then we have the next one. This figure right here, Frankenstein's Creature. This thing comes with so many accessories. He comes with soft good pants. This jacket overlay is plastic, but it's a nice soft plastic that moves. You can swap out the parts, the table, all of the scientific accessories. These figure obscuras are freaking amazing. Every time they come out, the detail, the sculpting, everything is just amazing, and it's so much fun to put on there and to mess with. And then you can swap them out and make different incarnations, different versions of the same character. The stitching, the paintwork on this guy is so cool, and that's the same with most of the Four Horsemen stuff, for sure. So, you know, that Frankenstein's creature made number 4. Number 3, coming in at number 3, Savage Crucible. I didn't get a whole lot of this lizard wave, but I did take my time and pick them out. But this dude is awesome. The paint on these guys, the detail on this armor, the armor plates that he's got this armored tail that articulates in all kinds of different ways. So you can do personality with that. You know, the head articulation. You know, people have a problem with the feet, but they send out replacement feet. I haven't gotten the replacement feet for him yet, but I did for my savages that I got. Pay attention to the Savage Crucible stuff. If you haven't been, they've got a Barbarians wave that's coming out very soon. They have a Fish People wave that's coming out. If you need any lizard people, fish people, barbarians, extras, whatever, Savage Crucible is hitting a good thing here. I'm not a, you know, Motu as a kid wasn't my thing really. I kind of liked it. I knew of it. I had a bunch of it. But Motu wasn't my thing. But Conan, I'm going to get more to that Conan stuff in a minute. Yeah, so he makes number 3. Number 2, we're going to go back to G.I. Joe, but not classified this time. Mezco. This dude is amazing. He is so much fun. I wish it was the version 2 Storm Shadow, but I still love this version of it. Storm Shadow is my favorite G.I. Joe character. Ninjas aren't real. They are fantasy. This is a fantasy story. And so you can tell fantasy stories with character archetypes. And he is a great archetype and has been told as the guy who infiltrated Cobra to find out who killed his uncle. And that was his only reason for being there. And once he found that out, he left and joined Snake Eyes in the hunt for the killer. And then when it came down to it, he couldn't bring himself to kill the killer. But in any case, Storm Shadow is one of my favorite characters of all time. And this figure is awesome. And you can adjust it, make him different if you like. He's got the hood back here, a couple different head swords. The bow and arrow is phenomenal on this figure. So I love that so much. And for my number 1.
Number 1.
This is the one that I didn't think I'd ever get. I never wanted to get because I don't, in general, like this toy company. Their figures look weird to me. I haven't liked them as much, but Revoltech, Amazing Yamaguchi, is very specific in what they do. But this Moon Knight is amazing. And the Batman that they've done looks like amazing too. But Moon Knight is one of my favorites of all time. Right? And so to put him in this scale, and the Marvel Legends just never articulated right. This guy can articulate the way I want him to. And he looks good with the articulation. It looks like an armored suit. That's great. I don't mind that. It doesn't have to be a silky white suit or whatnot. But the accessories he comes with, obviously, as the import and the highly articulated stuff that he comes with, and the different face plates and heads and different things you can do with him. This Revoltech Moon Knight that came out just in January of last year is phenomenal. And I love it. Clint Jorgensen, I will never put a Super 7 on my list because every time I touch a Super 7, I feel like it's going to fall apart. And and while I have gotten a couple of figures, I've gotten a couple of the 5 POA figures. They're fine. They're 5 POA. I don't care. Their O-ring ones feel like trash. Their ultimates feel like trash. This figure is awesome and has a lot of options.
Was that an expensive figure, Matthew?
Because you probably can't find him. Yes. He is an import figure, so you're going to pay the fees for it, right? Because this is on the scale of the Mafex, SHF figures that are coming from Japan, right?
Okay.
This wired cape is very nice.
Yeah, it's great.
It is the actual best wired cape that I've probably seen on a 1/12 scale figure. The Bison one is phenomenal, but it's also a $25 figure. But that cape is still amazing.
Yeah.
And this guy, like I said, has so many options and is one of my favorite characters. And so that rounds out my top 10 for this year that I wanted to share with people and kind of rant a little bit about that Super 7 nonsense. I can't say it enough. That don't support that company. That guy's a jerk. The stuff that he makes isn't great. If you absolutely have to have it, I understand. If you're buying the Rockstar figures for the Ultimates, like the Cliff Burton or the Lemmy or whatever, that's fine. Don't ever take them out of package because they'll fall apart on you. Yeah,
I definitely wanted you to be able to kind of go over your top 10 because I know you don't really make videos.
Yeah.
And everybody makes videos, and the people that you mod for or whomever, right? Everybody, that's my top 5, my top 10. I even did a top 10 with, 3-star draw, but our top 10 classified. But you don't really get a chance to show off your top 10, unless you do it through, photography or whatever. So, I definitely wanted to give you the floor and let you go through yours and let everybody kind of see what you thought about, this year and the figures that you like, man.
Yeah, and my classified top 10 looks similar to a lot of other people's. I have some ones that are specific to me on for sure, but it was a great year for classified. It was a great year for a lot of lines.
Yeah.
And if you haven't checked out Savage Crucible, I highly recommend people, if you're into 1/12 scale figures, check out Savage Crucible. They have some really neat stuff coming. And they're going to compete with Four Horsemen. They're on the fantasy level of stuff. They're going to compete for a lot of different things. It's a great adjacent type of piece. Skeletron and what they're coming out with next year, the stuff that they've already promised through their Kickstarter from the Robo Skull still hasn't been finished yet. So they still have the 6-inch figures to ship out. So, this is stuff that I've paid for several years ago. 4 or 5 years ago, that hasn't come out yet, and they're bringing out piece by piece, and everything they've come out with has been awesome. Those 3 3/4 figures, these 4-inch figures, right? They're good quality, right? The only reason these guys, the 4-inch guys, didn't make the list is because they feel too much like regular Marauders, Gunrunners figures that have come out before. And I understand they helped make them, and that's fine. And they're good figures. They're not bad figures. Yeah. But I'm waiting for those 6-inch figures that they're coming out with to finish out my whole Robo Skull thing. Because that Robo Skull wins Toy of the Year for me. And I don't know if it's cognitive dissonance, if it's the fact that I've waited so long to get it in hand, or the fact that it is such good quality that I'm immensely impressed with everything that they've done, because Dave Proctor was involved with it, and he was a Hasbro guy in the early 2000s, helped them with a lot of stuff and then helped them with it. But that Mark II is amazing. I got the special edition. I had both of them. I sold the regular one. And it tops the Dragonfly for me. I like the Dragonfly with the figures, and the helicopter is amazing. But it still has that helicopter canopy has QC issues, and there's some things about it that I don't quite like. So it would be like the number 2 thing. But Classified came out with so many vehicles this year. actually quite impressive.
Yeah, it's a win, and I hope we see more of it next year.
Yeah.
I can't wait. Yeah, I can't wait. I'm stoked about it. So, um, yeah, man. Are you you about ready to give your top five worst of I mean, if you have more than that, that's fine. I have 5 and 5. I have a top five worst. I have a top five best. I couldn't, I mean, could have kept going, but I wanted to just kind of round it out to those ones that really bothered me and the ones that I really, really enjoyed.
Now, would you
Um,
stories or movies or TV shows or what?
we're just combined.
Okay.
I've got movies and TV kind of put together.
Yeah.
For me, you can do it however you want to do. I basically have my top five best, which could be movies and TV, and I have my top five worst, which is
Yep.
maybe movies and TV.
I
And
did.
so that's kind of how I did it, but it doesn't matter. This is open ended, man.
I did a top 10 TV, a top 10 movies, some honorable mentions, and I did a couple of the worst. I didn't want to dig too deep into the worst because there's so much that's bad.
There's a lot bad. That's why I just kind of kept it. I took the worst of the worst for me, and then the good. I have an honorable mention for each one. I have an
Yeah.
honorable mention for worst. I have an honorable mention for best, and then I just kind of condensed it down into five of each. But I mean, we don't have to sit there and wax, on each one of our choices per se. A little sentence here or there about each one of them, but that's for me. It's but yeah, whatever you want to do, man. You can knock out 10 of them. I don't care. I am okay with it. And 3-star draw real quick. Discord is an interesting world. It's better than Reddit, just to make that clear. And so Discord, once you get a handle on it, is not that bad. I actually quite enjoy Discord. Just to throw that out there. But Wraith Mace, hey man, have a good night. Happy New Year's to you, buddy. And I'll be in touch with you soon, man. Thank you for hanging out with us until New Year's, bud.
Send me that patch. You said you were gonna send me a patch.
Yeah, I got one. It's on my bookshelf, and this was supposed to be all rearranged, and my son and I got a little lazy over Christmas break, but actually I have about 6 days off coming up here after Thursday, and so I'm going to get everything rearranged. Yeah, we have a little break at work, just to say the least.
Yeah.
But yeah. So anyway, yeah, Frostbite. You know what? You're awesome. Hit that like button, y'all. I haven't looked at it. Don't know. Don't. Nothing. Hadn't looked at it or nothing like that. It's not on my radar. But if you do like it, like the stream, hit the like button. It always helps. And even after the fact, replay squad, leave a comment. Whatever maybe you heard or something you like, maybe something struck a chord, pissed you off, whatever, leave a comment. That always helps as well.
Yep.
And so, yeah, and I know this Thursday, Wraith Mace, you will be on a Thursday with a friend, and that's going to be great. I did it myself a little while back, and I had a great time and probably talked way too much, but it was fun, for sure. And so, real quick, 3-star draw. If you'd been at Joe Fest, you had a Wraith Mace patch, and he was in charge of doling them out, and I got one. Dreadnought K6 gives them titties 2 thumbs down, bitches. I give them 4 thumbs down. Hey, so, yes, top 5 worst of the year. I'm going to go ahead and give you mine. And I don't have any pictures to share. But ladies and gentlemen, here are my top 5 worst of the year. Honorable mention. Might piss a few people off. Beetlejuice is my honorable mention for top 5 worst of the year. I was super disengaged with this movie. The funniest parts happened to be with a guy who has been banned from Hollywood and was out of this movie completely. Yep. And I thought his character moments were some of the funniest, actually. And it's kind of a shame that that's happened, but it's his own doing. It's a disgusting thing. Yeah, his actual character was the funniest part of Beetlejuice for me. Yeah, Dreadnought, please dual stream away, baby, but give me a big thumbs up and not in the butt. um, it's just to the first knuckle anyway. Yeah, anyway, that's a joke I make all the time. All right, so Beetlejuice, honorable mention, top 5 worst of the year. Number 5. Kind of got a couple things I kind of got. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right. Number 5 is Madam Web. Madam Web. It is so bad it's probably laughable and enjoyable to watch, but at the same time, it is a case study in bad ADR, horrible reshoots and camera angles and editing. And it is a nonsensical story that strays as far away from the source material as you could possibly get. And it is really, really bad.
Because you can laugh at it, because you can appreciate Sydney Sweeney and her attitude about it, is why it didn't make my worst list.
I understand that. I do. I understand that. But man, oh man, no, it did. Number 4, Long Legs. I spent money. I was in a buzzed state, and I rented Long Legs with Nicolas Cage. And that is one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. It was nothing but setup with no payoff. It's one of the worst movies I've watched in many years that I've chosen to watch. And I thought I was diving into something that was just, it's Nicolas Cage at his best. No, it's Nicolas Cage barely dressed up as a woman, I think, kind of, in a really horrible role and a terrible Silence of the Lambs rip-off fake-ass movie.
Did they do the leg?
Oh, there's no legs. No, there's nothing about long legs. The long legs part it makes no sense. There's no long legs to it. I would have enjoyed at least Sharon Stone and yeah, exactly, right? I would have loved the Nicolas Cage like Nina shot. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ, the movie. Do not waste your money on long legs. Number 3, Agatha All Along, I thought was just brutal. I tried to review it. I couldn't even get through it. I gave up after 2 or 3 weeks. Made a couple videos on it. It is peak Disney, Marvel Disney at its worst. It embodies the worst of the Marvel universe. There is not a likable character. The best character dies in like the second episode. And that's a shame. And that's that 70s mom, which I will always refer to her as. And she was the funniest character in the entire thing. And just brutal. Bad shit. And I don't know if you want to highlight any of the chat while I'm going through that. But so Agatha All Along is number 3. Number 2 is Joker 2, Folie à Deux. I spent money to go see that movie. I recommend no one ever watch that movie. If you haven't seen it, don't see it. If you have seen it, don't watch it ever again. As a matter of fact, if it comes on television, turn your television off so your eyes are not ruined by that movie. Joker 2 is one of the worst follow-ups to a almost over $1 billion film I've ever seen in my life. Agatha All Along, I know you watched it because of me and I gave up halfway through. I hope you did. Look, I finished it on the lowdown, right? Like I didn't even want to make a video on it. I was just like, okay, I've got to know how this ends. And I fast forwarded through it, to be quite honest with you. But Joker 2 is one of the worst movies I've ever seen. It is the epitome of a director sabotaging his own film. I don't know if that's the truth or not, but it was absolutely brutal.
I really
and Warner Brothers lost a lot of money in trusting someone who did not want to do a sequel, and an actor who didn't want to do a sequel, and I say starfucker movie star, whatever she is, I don't care. It's a singer who has become a movie star because she's a singer, and we've seen it in history. But it's like there was no reason for her to be in this movie, and it's not Harley Quinn, it's fake Quinn, it's fake Quinn. and fake Joker. And at the very end of it, I don't give a shit about spoiling it for you. Somebody stabs the shit out of him and then carves their face up and then does the Ledger Joker laugh. And so, joke's on you, Batman. Anyway, number one, The Acolyte is one of the worst, is probably the worst Disney product ever made, with lesbian witches and whack-ass Jedi stories. The Acolyte is it is, yeah, I don't even want to say that word. It's abhorrent. Let's just say that to Star Wars. It is one of the worst things ever made for Star Wars. It completely misses the mark. It was also headed up by Harvey Weinstein's former personal assistant. She has somehow gotten promoted through all the Me Too shit and the Harvey Weinstein shit when she had the little black book, and she sent dozens, if not hundreds, of women to their casting couch, and somehow she was helmed this show and given the keys to the Star Wars car by none other than Kathleen Kennedy. The Acolyte is by far the worst of 2024 for me when it comes to television and movies. And so I'll turn it over to you, Matthew, to give your worst of 2024.
Yeah. So for the worst, there's a lot of honorable mentions. Okay, if I'm narrowing this down to 5, I'm gonna cherry pick these things out. But there are so many things that are indicative of what's wrong with Hollywood on this list, and so I'm gonna lump these together in an honorable mention way. So Agatha All Along, Venom, Madam Web, House are all the things that are really wrong with Hollywood right now. These things are just so terrible. You know, why are you doing this? Why are you doing these remakes? Why are you doing these stupid stories? And just, there's no character development. There's no characters at all in it.
Yeah.
Thing happens. Other thing happens. Next thing happens. Okay, be excited about the last thing that happens. Right? There's no storytelling in any of those movies. But for my top 5, I'm going to go down with, okay, this is what happens when you give somebody too much money and too much leeway to do whatever the fuck they want. It's called Rebel Moon Part 2.
I was there. I was so close.
Okay.
Rebel Moon is bad.
The first one was so bad. Why did they release the second one? Why the hell did they release the extended version of the first one? Okay, and now we're going to get the extended version of the second one. Okay, are they going to actually release the third part of this? And the third part of this. This is the most contrived, useless piece of shit that has ever come out of Hollywood. This is what happens when egos and budgets get so inflated. You just give them everything and let them do whatever the hell they want.
Do you like slow motion scenes of farmers farming?
Yes, these movies have, if you take out Zack Snyder's fucking homo bullshit. Okay. I mean, this is a fucking travesty to filmmaking. Fucking thing that could happen to film ever is when you give somebody too much money, right? And the best movies that have ever been made have been on a constricted budget, on constraints. Those constraints force creativity, and that forces creativity to come out of it and grow into something that's spectacular. Right? These low budget movies have been so far superior. You look at Godzilla -1, okay? An incredible movie. $16 million to make that movie.
Right.
Okay? And it made more money, well, than Red One, okay? That cost hundreds of millions of dollars to make, and is not going to make its budget back, but it's a halfway decent movie. They just spent too much on producers and other things to make the movie. Whereas in Japan, they're like, you know, fuck all the unions, fuck all this bullshit. We're just going to make this movie. It's going to be $15 million and it's going to be whatever. And it makes a ton of money. Right? Okay, so that's number 5. Okay. Number 4, I'm going to say is indicative of what's going on here. The Crow.
It was bad. Oh my God. That was so...
Why? There's only
What?
been one Crow movie that was good.
And why remake it? I mean, you can't. That's not something that I don't know why anybody would choose to try to remake it, and especially try to import current day
It doesn't.
modern audience.
I've heard some people say, "Well, I like the movie because of XYZ or whatever," and I'm like, okay, but let's think about this for a second. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, the first movie was special in a lot of ways. It was a trauma story told by the author, right? This author had gone through so much trauma that he created this comic book. This was an expression of the trauma that he went to.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the travesty that happened in the movie forced creativity and re-editing because the main actor was killed because of a prop malfunction because the armorer fucked up. Okay, and
Rust.
Rules throughout Hollywood, and then Alec Baldwin does it again. And he gets
Rust.
But, okay, that's a whole other story. But, I mean, the actor who played Fun Boy, it ruined his life. I mean, he quit acting. He didn't speak out until 20 some odd years later about anything that had happened there to him because he was so traumatized by what happened. It was a moment in time. It was a specific thing because of the music, the actors, the people who were involved with it, the trauma behind it, the trauma before it, in the writing process of it. And that's why that one's a success and nothing else. This TV series or the other subsequent movies.
Yeah, they don't have the, it doesn't have the heart. It doesn't have the right, whatever behind it. And you're right. That was a moment in time. That was a culture at that moment in time where that made that film work. And then on top of that, what happened during filming probably helped for people that wanted to go out and see it and kind of support, that as well. I'm not going to deny that. This remake just had nothing. It had nothing, and it shows. And it's amazing that Bill Skarsgård could be in one of the worst movies of the year and one of the best movies of the year at the same time.
Well, and same with what's his name, Quicksilver. I can never remember his name.
Aaron Taylor Johnson. Yep, I agree. All right.
It's idea Hunter,
Right.
Craven the Hunter, and this.
Yep.
Right?
And then this, So number 3.
Number 3, I am gonna go with Craven the Hunter. I mean, this is why it has no soul. There's nothing to it. You're trying to make a hero of a villain, and then you have to make him a villain later. Okay, why? It doesn't make any sense.
And without Spider-Man, let's not kid ourselves. Like even the Madam Web, right? She's not a villain, but that whole thing, it just doesn't work without the main person that these people exist in this universe. None of it works without that person.
Exactly.
It just doesn't.
Madam Web, Venom, and Craven the Hunter do not work without Spider-Man.
Right.
Right. And you have Spider-Man, you can't use him, whatever. And you throw a great actor into this role where he's got to play the bad guy who's being portrayed as a good guy. Yes. And it doesn't make any sense. This is typical Hollywood misunderstanding of what's right and wrong.
Yeah, it's hubris. You're right. It's misunderstanding and thinking, well, we had Venom and that was popular, right? And to me, that's what a lot of it is kind of derived off of. We had Venom, everybody loved it. Well, they don't understand how popular Venom is as a character on his own. Craven, Morbius, Madam Web, those are, I mean, they're not B-list, C-list. I mean, as much as I love a couple of them, they're like D, E.
Well, I mean,
F list. I'm sorry, they just are.
I mean, Madam Web is an ancient woman who is an ancillary character in the Spider-Man universe. Craven the Hunter has one good story with Spider-Man.
Yeah,
okay?
no,
More,
right.
more
and I love that storyline. I have all the comics of that storyline. I bought them across 3 comics. That that I had. I that as a kid, I loved that storyline, Craven's Last Hunt. I
Right.
absolutely loved that storyline. Bought them all.
Yeah.
Couldn't wait till they came out. If they had remade Craven's Last Hunt, but they can't do it because there's no Spider-Man in the Sony Spider-Verse.
Yep. And so it was a complete waste on so many levels. They didn't learn what made what they were doing successful, and they
Right.
didn't the problems and pitfalls that they had, and they kept trying to push forward to create the Sinister Six thing, but they weren't creating villains, right? When we talk about
Yes.
the best list here in a little bit, we can talk about creating a good villain, right? Okay,
Right.
number 2. So number 2 for me is the Acolyte, right? And for me, I've got number 1 and 2 switched from you, right? So
Yeah.
number
Yeah.
2 is Acolyte. Star Wars was already dead to me. This was beating a dead corpse, right? I couldn't get past the 3rd episode, right? There is nothing in this that
So
says,
bad.
right? Nothing in this says Star Wars. And then Disney keeps doubling down on the lesbian witches, right? They just keep lesbian witch propaganda, right?
Right.
Okay. And you've got people who are so disconnected with the real world making this that they make a freaking disc track on the people commenting negative.
Oh, yes. Yes. That's even worse. The Amanda Stenberg.
What a waste. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
even if you had some acting talent, you just blew it because you just alienated anybody who was even saying anything negative. Sydney Sweeney earned a lot of fans by saying, yeah, that movie's shit. Whatever, I'm past it, because she thought she was getting an MCU movie and she didn't, right? Amanda Stenberg goes out there and says, I'm going to make this diss track and I'm going to own all the chuds. No, what you did was you killed your fucking career because you're going to go outside of the studio and make comments to the public that are going to piss a whole bunch of people off. So,
Yeah,
bye-bye.
100%.
You're done. And Leslie Headland should be in jail, right? She should be held.
Oh, she should be Jazane Maxwell. Like, we have all these people who have somehow been integrated with all these other charges and all these other people that we know and handlers and this and that. And somehow, yeah, no, come on. Yeah,
Don't-
no. It's amazing. I agree with you.
Don't get me started on the Maxwells. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so then everybody knows what my number 1 is. My number 1 is Joker Folie Adu. Right? This is the ultimate fuck you, you stupid chuds. Everybody who's out there in the audience, you're idiots, you're morons, you're losers. I hate
Yes.
you because you liked something I did for the wrong reasons. I think you liked it for the wrong reasons. And so therefore, I'm going to destroy what you loved by making this thing that I didn't want to make to begin with, but the studio is forcing me to make it because they backloaded a truck full of money up to my door. And I've got to do it now, and whatever. So fuck
No,
you.
I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. I agree with that. And it's like, hey, you know what? Didn't want to do this in the first place. The lead actor didn't want to do it. Let's get in a name who's huge. We saw her in A Star Is Born and whatever else. And yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. I think it was somewhat of a self-sabotage.
Yeah. It
Was.
I don't know what he expected to get from it other than
I don't
being
either.
blacklisted from Hollywood for a while. I mean,
Director's jail.
director's jail. He's on the downslide. If he can come back and say, I'm an artist, I just want to make artistic films. I never wanted to make the first Joker movie to begin with.
I mean, it's possible. I mean, we don't know. We weren't in those meetings, but I can tell you, if he was in those meetings saying, look, y'all, I don't really have a great idea for this. Like, I don't know where else we take this character. Well, we're going to invest. Look, we didn't make any money off the first one because we weren't the main investors. Right. This time, we're investing all this money, and we want you to deliver. And because people love the first movie so much, they're obviously going to love anything that you do.
Yeah.
And if they paid him let's just say $20 million, whatever it was to bring him back. It's out there. You sit on your 20 million, you make your film, you become one of the most infamous directors, especially of a follow-up ever. You still got paid, even if you never work again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you got to think about it. I mean, he spent what, I forget exactly what it was. Was it $30 million to make Joker?
Supposedly, yeah. Supposedly, though, there are those that feel as if, this was done not only on purpose,
Yeah.
but for him to be able to just kind of wash his hands, I guess.
No, and I would totally understand that, because he didn't want to make a Joker movie. He wanted to tell a psychological thriller about mental illness and all this other stuff, and it got intertwined into this whole Joker thing.
Right.
That was necessarily his.
Don't you think maybe this was a story that maybe he wanted to make that had nothing to do with the Joker, but maybe he was able to incorporate it within to a big IP and get that out there. But then once it was like, well, we're going to exploit this, because that's what it is. It's an exploitation. We have to capitalize on this.
Yeah.
And maybe that was another movie he might have wanted to make.
Yeah, it was a corporate molestation of an idea, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it wasn't an original idea, because it was clearly Taxi Driver and Kings of Comedy. I mean, it was clearly that's all he did was copy that movie, and in some people's opinion, clearly all he did was copy another Scorsese film, this, which was also a shit film.
Yes, that's what's so crazy about it, right? And so, like, how do you, get yourself into the mind of that? Really quickly, Dreadnought K6, just to bring this up, about Jelane's twin sisters. I know you know about that. Their ties to intelligence agencies. I know you know about that as well. Magellan, I know that you know about that as well. Yeah. No, look, folks, let's not kid ourselves. Okay, whether it's Hollywood, whether it's government, whether it's contracting, construction, whatever, a lot of these people are tied together, and a lot of these jobs, a lot of these contracts, and a lot of these things are all family, right? They're family, and so let's not kid ourselves. Like, it's not, and it's something I alluded to earlier, maybe the nepotism and whatever, but it is true. You think about it. Actors have kids.
Yeah.
And those kids go on to do what? Act, direct, produce. And then guess what their kids go on to do? Act, direct, produce. People that are in the in other industries, what do their kids do? They go on to own NFL teams after their father passes away or their mother passes away. Like, right? Like, it's quid pro quo. It's things just keep moving along, and it's like, guess what you won't do? You're not going to own an NFL team. Guess what you won't do? You're not going to direct a film. Guess what you're not going to do? You're not going to act in a film, right? Like, it is what it is. Really quickly though, 3-Star Draw said, but who the fuck said, what was missing from the first movie? Singing actors. Yeah. No, yeah, exactly. No, and the thing about Joker 2, before we move on to our top 5 best, or our top best, is that the musical numbers add nothing to the film. They add nothing to the film. A musical, okay? The musical numbers add to the film. They progress the plot. They give context to the story. Yep. That movie, every musical number gives no context to the story. And on top of that, most of them just come out of nowhere. The only one I could say maybe gives, I don't even know if it gives context, is the courtroom one, where he shoots everybody in the courtroom and he's like, I am the Joker or whatever. It's like that musical number. Other than that, like all the other ones just come out of nowhere. They happen. And that's that. It's a variety show. It's a black church in the 20s. It's a, and they just happen and you're just like, oh, okay. Well, that happened. And that's that. Like literally that's that. And I'm with you, man. Joker 2, yeah, we flip-flopped them. But yeah, I figured it'd be on both of our lists. I do want to move on though to our top best of the year. And as we kind of round home here and get things rolling in that direction. So I'll go ahead and give my top 5 best of the year in order. Honorable mention, Am I Racist? Matt Walsh movie was probably one of the most fun experiences I had in a movie theater in a long time. I laughed my ass off. Am I Racist it is such a great piece on the DEI race hustle business. It is so good. And the fact that this guy, who is very well known, could infiltrate through disguise, and not a great disguise either, a man bun, skinny jeans, you look like your ultimate beta male. Walking into a lot of these things. He got kicked out of I just tell it. There's a black woman who charges $30,000 a piece for people to come and sit in a circle. And she tells them how threatened she feels by them, the white people sitting in a circle at her seminar in a completely controlled environment where there is safety and, there's no hostility. And $30,000 a piece she makes, and there's about 12 people in this circle, including Matt Walsh, who paid the $30,000 to be in this circle. And this is a woman who makes money. And in the circle, she has a little whiteboard, and she writes on it, and she says, just so you folks know, I am not in a safe space right now. I feel threatened. And all the people you can imagine that are sitting in that circle are the most non-threatening people on the planet. The most non-threatening white people on the planet. But it exposes the race hustle industry, and it's fabulous. It was very funny. It also brings up some great questions and some back and forth, and there are some valid points to some of the things that people are making, valid questions. But ultimately, it's about people who have taken the BLM movements and other things and utilized them to make hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars for their own, and all those people they're supposedly helping are left out in the cold of all of that. It's ridiculous. However, that's my number or my most honorable mention on my top 5. Number 4, the Fallout TV show. I know, number 5 rather. It's not everybody's. I know you don't like it. I'm a huge Fallout fan. It's my favorite gaming universe. I love those games tremendously. 1, 2, 3, 4. The first couple, the Bethesda ones, the Obsidian, Fallout New Vegas. I love those games. Fallout New Vegas is my favorite game of all time. And I did have fun with it. Plot be damned, and kind of some of the things. I thought it represented the games in a really fun way. And so that is my number 5. Deadpool Wolverine is my number 4. I thought that was a great, fun movie. It was well needed. It was very much needed at a time when Disney and Marvel were dropping the ball. And I thought the jokes were on point. I thought the little cameos were fun. And I thought it was just a good, overall, fun Marvel movie. And it was well needed. House of the Dragon is my number 3. I know the last couple episodes for some people kind of maybe didn't hit the mark, but I still thought the acting was amazing. I thought the writing was still great. I know there's some things changing from the books, but personally, I really enjoyed House of the Dragon. It's my number 3. Number 2 is Nosferatu. I really enjoyed this movie. I really didn't know what to expect when I walked into it, and I really enjoyed Nosferatu. Just so good, and I implore anybody to go see it. I do think you'll enjoy it, understand what it is and why it's here. And number one for me is the Penguin. Number one, Penguin takes the cake. Amazing TV show, great character development, great characters. Just the prosthetics, everything about it. Man, oh man, every character on that show won me over, and I was skeptical. It's a shame James Gunn has taken over the DCU, and we don't have more of this taking the place of Creature Commandos and moving forward. Yeah, man, Penguin, top number one. Justice for Vic. Hashtag Justice for Vic. Penguin is my number one. If you haven't seen it, check it out, man. It's just a fantastic show. So those are my top 5 and honorable mention. Matthew, what do you got, man? What do you got?
Okay, so I'm gonna rattle off a whole bunch of stuff because I've got a lot I want to talk about here. Just briefly, quickly, right? So I'm gonna go TV first. So I separated this out into TV and the movies, and I've got 10 of each. So I'm gonna just run them down real quick. Okay, number 10 on TV, Cobra Kai. Loved it. It is engaging. It's fun. It's stupid. It's awesome. Night Court. Okay, season 3, they really turned it around. They got rid of the dead weight. There's an actress in there that was horrible, and they got rid of her, and the whole thing was funnier in
That's
season
great. I love to hear that.
3. So I liked the first 2 seasons, but the 3rd season, they got rid of somebody who said that she stepped away from projects because she didn't want to do it anymore. But really, she was the quintessential millennial pain in the ass woman who just hates everything. And she's unlikable on every sense of the word, right? And they got rid of her and they put in somebody else who was a previous character in there, and the show was awesome. I loved it. Superman and Lois. If you love Superman, you should watch this show because this is one of the best interpretations of Superman and how he will manage his life with his wife and his kids and saving the world. Tyler Hoechlin, like I said earlier in the stream, hours ago on Supergirl, he was the best part of Supergirl, whereas he was introduced as Superman in this universe, and then he got to make this TV show, and they got 4 seasons of it, and I really liked it. Even with the actor switch that took place, the new actor is even better than the previous actor. So I really did like that show. Masters of Air. I thought that was a good show about World War II bombers, U.S. bombers.
I would love that, man. I haven't seen it. I would love that.
I really enjoy the show. It goes through the fact that the short lifespan of the bomber crews and what they deal with, and when they lose a bomber, and what happens to them when they get trapped behind enemy lines. Go through all that stuff. I thought it was a very engaging show. Some people didn't like the last few episodes. I liked it. House of the Dragon. There's so much to love about this show.
Yeah.
Right? It's engaging. There's good acting. There's incredible acting in this show. And it's steered so far away from Game of Thrones and what that was, and created its own thing. And I'm enjoying it. Shogun. Shogun is one of the best shows that I've seen in a very long time. And it took a premise and modified it and stayed somewhat truer to the original text, brought out some nuances, and was so well done on so many levels. This show came out this year, and I almost forgot that it came out this year because of everything that's transpired past that. But Shogun was a great series. The Penguin. Amazing acting, amazing portrayals, amazing character development. This show again is incredibly
It's so good.
so good. Everything that Pop talked about. Landman hasn't finished yet, but is one of my favorite shows of the year so far, and everything I've seen from it. Truly engaging, brings out a whole West Texas thing, so it holds true to me. I've been in Texas now for 30 some odd years, and the West Texas oil thing, I know people that have worked those rigs, and I see elements of all this stuff, and the way that Billy Bob just spits out that dialogue is awesome. The Gentleman. If you have not seen the television series The Gentleman on Netflix, you need to watch it. I think it's better than the movie The Gentleman, made by the same person in a congruent universe. But The Gentleman is a phenomenal UK gangster storyline about a guy who doesn't want to be involved with it, but gets involved with it. And it's on the line of my number one TV show in the fact that it has to do with weed, right? Tulsa King. Tulsa King is probably my favorite thing of the whole year that I've watched. The way that season 2 ended was such perfection. I was like, okay, the first episode of Tulsa King season 1, the very end of the episode made me laugh so hard. I loved it. The very end of the season 2 episode, the way it ended, made me laugh so hard, but for different reasons, right? That show is so much fun. And then if we go to movies, let's see, where are we? Okay, so honorable mentions for movies. I love Despicable Me 4. Invisible Friend, or If, was great. Inside Out 2 was good. I love the Garfield movie. But now number 10, Reagan. I thought that was an engaging piece, and Dennis Quaid did an incredible job portraying Ronald Reagan. I thought it told a good storyline through his life. I like that kind of stuff. Some people may like this, some people may not. 3-star may like this. I don't know. Frozen Empire. Some people hated it. I get it. I enjoyed it. It was another Ghostbusters thing. It had some elements to engage with. I did enjoy this movie, and so I put it at number 9. Sonic 3. Me and my family loved this movie. It was fun. Jim Carrey was amazing. It had so many good elements of it that Sonic 3 is up there. Red 1. Another family thing. It made the list this year. It's not going to stay on a list. It's not going to last. I get it. It's a fun throwaway movie that we experienced during the holiday season, and it's fun, and we'll watch it again. And I want to watch it again because it was fun. There are a couple moments that took me out of it. I get it. But overall, this was a good movie. And love it, like it, hate it, whatever. I like The Rock in several of his movies that he's done. The Jumanji movies, Retaliation, G.I. Joe, this one. There's a bunch of movies that I like him in. And he's got that personality. He appeals to normies a lot. Why you wouldn't like him, I totally get it. But there's some things that are just charming enough about him that I like seeing him and stuff. Transformers 1.
Okay.
I really enjoyed it. I thought it was great. The storyline, the Transformers lore, the fact that there were no humans in the lore, so many things about this origin thing. I loved Autocracy, the comic books, when it came out, because it was about the origins of Optimus Prime and Megatron and where they came from. And then this movie kind of plays off of that. And so I enjoyed that. The Fall Guy was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about it, especially that it's just fun.
I loved that TV show as a kid. I loved it. I mean, it was Knight Rider, The Fall Guy, A-Team, Airwolf.
Oh, sure.
Those were the things that I love to watch.
Dukes of Hazzard.
Dukes of Hazzard, to a lesser degree, right? But those four,
Man.
I'd love to watch them, and I love to watch them with my dad, right? And so The Fall Guy hits me in the feels, right?
That's cool.
Deadpool Wolverine, I liked it. It has a lot of problems. I still like it. Hugh Jackman, Ryan Reynolds together. they
It was
make
great. Come on.
a team.
Yeah, they were great.
Like what's going on there,
Yeah.
right? And the fact that they brought in so much deep lore.
Yes.
Tatum as Gambit.
Yeah.
I mean,
No, that was fun, man. That was a lot of fan service.
right. The people that understand that Channing Tatum as Gambit was a thing is its own thing, right? That's its own thing that's going off
Right.
of what Blade coming back. I mean, that's a big fuck you to the Blade movie that was trying to
Yes.
never be made. That will be scrapped if it's not
Never
already,
will be
if
made.
it's already scrapped back in June when
Right.
Ali walked off the set, right? Okay, so I loved, I really enjoyed that one, right? Nosferatu.
Yeah.
That whole time, I understand it's not everybody's cup of tea, but I like that kind of psychological engagement. You talked about it. I'm going to go off on the last two. Number 2, Wild Robot.
Yeah, I know you really like that. I know you really like that movie.
That movie was amazing. Again, that was another one that my daughter, my wife, we all engaged with. We really liked it. And thinking back on it, I really, really liked it for so many reasons. The fact that it showed animals killing each other, right? And it didn't. It was an animated film, and it didn't shy away from the fact that these animals are predators, right? But they're all trying to tell this, fable, right? This animal
Yes.
story, right? With this robot who is programmed and trying to learn his environment and then just determine what they're going to do with the environment and how it changes it, right? So there's an environmental story, there's an animalistic story, there's a fable that's going on there, there's a human overreach thing that's going on there. And so some of those things you could say, oh, well, that's blah, 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 blah. Whatever. The story was good. The animation was amazing. The storytelling and acting, voice acting in it was phenomenal. That's my number 2. My number 1 is Dune Part 2. I thought Dune Part 2 was better than Dune Part 1. It's finishing out or telling more of the Paul Atreides story. Now, if you know where the Paul Atreides story goes, he's not the hero.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He turns into a villain in a lot of ways. But this story getting up to that point, I thought Dune Part 2 was even better done than the first part. And again, psychological storytelling. I love all these elements. Cinematography. I appreciate so many of the things that were done in this. That Dune Part 2 wins it for me for movies. And Tulsa King wins it for TV show, but ultimately Tulsa King wins out of both of those because Tulsa King was so much fun.
Well, I actually have to go back and finish the season of Tulsa King.
Oh,
for sure.
So man, you're gonna love that last episode.
Yeah, 3-star draw said he liked season 1 better than season 2. He really did. And then Frostbite talking about Sawyer from Lost. I remember that guy, and they tried to make him a thing here, and it did not happen. He got a couple movies, and got a TV show, and was the lead, and Sawyer from Lost kind of has a bit part at this point in Hollywood. But yeah, man, that's our top 5. Matthew's top 10 movies or TV and movies. My top 5 kind of, it's as I started to go through them, it was like, man, there's so many, and it's like I could group them together in a list, but I thought, well, if I can narrow them down and just really drill it down, then maybe I can kind of, keep it nice and tight. But there were so many, and a lot of the ones that you mentioned would have been on my list, right? Because we kind of had some of those same ones on our list, although you're Best was a little different than mine actually, and some of the stuff like Fallout that I know there's some problems with it. I know there's a lot of people that didn't care for it, but as a huge fan of that gaming series, it is one of the better video game adaptations to film or TV or whatever that's been done. There's not a few of them. Terminator Zero was an honorable mention of mine. I really enjoyed Terminator Zero. It would have been on my list had I had a top 10.
I
There were a couple others that I had that I would have slid in there, but I thought Terminator Zero was just amazing.
no, I wouldn't say amazing, but I really enjoyed it. For sure, I agree. The sort of
Yeah.
different perspective on that one was really interesting, and
Yes,
that
I
actually
agree.
put a lot to it. What did you think? How many episodes of Secret Level have you?
So I watched all of it,
Okay, I've
and
watched
part one was better than part two. The
part,
first nine or whatever is better than the last nine or how many ever. Like they released the first part of it, which was like 8 episodes or whatever. Released it first, and then like a week later, a few weeks later, or not a few weeks, but a few days later, they released like the second half of it. So there's a whole nother part to it. So if
what,
you've only watched the first 8 episodes or so,
okay,
go
so
back and check on it because there's another like 8 episodes.
I pick and choose the episodes that I've watched. What's in the second part? Is
It's got some games that you haven't heard of. There's a couple games that I'm not that familiar with.
what?
Hang on, I want to bring it up because I want to make sure I have my sources
Yeah,
correct. Let's see, secret level. I'm
some
gonna
of
pull it up.
the second part because I'm picking and choosing based on what I wanted. The Mega Man one I like a lot.
Okay, the Mega Man one's cool, but it's like 5 minutes long.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's not long at all. It's actually a bummer. And 3 Star says, "Oh, you finally watched Secret Level." Wait, there's more Secret Level. So yes, so just so you know, there are 15 episodes of Secret Level. They released the first ones out. Dungeons and Dragons, Sifu, New World, which is an Amazon MMO, Unreal Tournament, Okay, so I'm going to tell you which ones off this list are actually really cool. The Dungeons and Dragons one actually is really neat. It
Yeah,
actually is a fun premise.
yeah.
Sifu is also a neat one because it's okay. The New World one, the Once and Future King, that is a Arnold Schwarzenegger led
That,
one.
I didn't like that one.
Yeah, it was fine. I thought, whatever. Unreal Tournament, I did like that one where the machines rise up against humans on a planet where they're just basically slaves. The Warhammer one is fantastic, amazing.
Yes,
I actually enjoyed the Pac-Man one, even though I know a lot of people criticize that one.
no,
But that actually is based off of a new Pac-Man game that's coming out.
yeah, I like the Pac-Man one as well.
Yeah, that's very weird, but it's a new game coming out.
Yeah, and I didn't mind Crossfire. Crossfire was
Crossfire was fine. Armored Core, I love mechs. I love Gundam. And that was fun. So episode 9 is the Outer Worlds, and I love that video game. It's by Obsidian, and it is where corporations dominate space, corporations dominate planets, and everybody works for a corporation. Corporations are that you work for a company that promotes fish oils, or you don't, it's you'd have to see it to understand it. The Mega Man episode is very short. I mean, it's like literally 5 minutes. I would have loved for that to have been. Exodus Odyssey
on my
is really, what's
Instagram.
that?
If you saw my post on Instagram on Sunday, it was inspired by that because I created a whole custom character of
Okay.
created a custom version of Dr. Light
Oh,
and
cool.
my picture on Sunday that I did with my Jada Toys Mega Man because
I
of
don't
the episode of Mega Man.
That's cool, man. I did love that. I just thought it was so short. Then once he becomes Mega Man, we don't even get a chance to see him. The Exodus Odyssey, I thought was a really cool episode about a father who is searching for his daughter, and it takes him decades. And when you're in space, you age. When you're in light speed, you age slower at a much slower rate. So his daughter gets old as he stays the same age as he keeps jumping light years to find her. Spelunky was stupid. It just does nothing. Concord is also stupid. That's a failed game that was hundreds of millions of dollars wasted and got canceled after a few weeks of being released. Honor of Kings, the way of all things. I'm not familiar with the Honor of Kings video game very much. I don't know much about it. It's kind of a Japanese, it's not a JRPG, but it's kind of cool because it's this guy. It's in the future, and he lives in this city, and this city is ruled by this all-knowing being, and he challenges the all-knowing being to a game of like it's not Chinese checkers, but it's kind of a game, something like that, and he ends up beating or fulfilling his prophecy and becoming the all-knowing ruler or whatever. And then Fulfillment is the last episode, and it's basically a big huge Sony PlayStation ad. It has all these different properties, PlayStation, Sony properties, and it's some girl who is like trying to be, she's like, they're chasing after her, they're like, oh, we almost got her, and different people are shooting at her, and it's like God of War, and it's Last of Us, and it's all these different properties that are Sony owned. And then at the very end she wins the game, and they're like, oh, I guess we're gonna have to try this again, and it's really just a big ad for Sony is what it is. But there are several more episodes, so it's 15 episodes in total. There is no Black Mirror thing, unfortunately, Frostbite.
Playtime fulfillment. What is that?
What's that?
What is playtime fulfillment? That's the 15.
It's the episode 15, and it is basically just a giant commercial for Sony products.
Okay. So
yeah.
I thought you were talking about Honor of Kings
Honor of Kings is this Japanese one. You might actually enjoy that one. I did. Honor of Kings I thought was very interesting and a very fun episode. 3-star draw says, I've been off work for 11 days. I could have watched more Secret Level. My life is a lie. Well, you live in the Matrix, 3-star. We all do. I deployed a few Army boys overseas, says Frostbite G.I. Joe Repro, a few years ago. They hadn't seen Black Mirror, so I told them to watch the Striking Vipers episode. I need to watch that myself. And then he also says they came back the next morning saying, why did you tell us to watch that now? We can't unsee it. I need to watch it. I'm sure it is a military, I'm guessing military themed episode. Tuco Viper should be making the rounds. Eventually he'll get to my house before I carry him in hand back to 3-star draw. I think I'm the last on the list. But eventually he'll get to me, I think maybe in 2026, hopefully, in time for the new
Viper.
The new Robert Downey Jr. Avengers movie, whatever, who knows. But anyway, so do what?
Tuco Viper yet either, so I'm waiting on that.
Good God. Jesus. All right, here, hang on. I'm putting it in here right now. Hashtag justice for Tuco Viper. I have a feeling he's been taking some pictures with some lovely ladies if he's in one person's hands. At least based off the text message I got on Christmas Eve. If I could only share it here, you guys would be over the moon, but I cannot. It's great. But anyway, I'll check that out, Frostbite. I haven't seen all of Black Mirror, but I'll definitely check it out. So that's all I got, Matthew. Look, it's 1:30 in the morning. I appreciate each and every one of y'all hanging out with us for the evening blend. I know Punk was making fun of the name of the show. Look, we can name it whatever we want. I don't know what else to call it. You know what I mean? Like, we've gone through the ringer here on it. It works for me, man. It's the evening blend. Blend, grab your favorite blended Canadian whiskey or blend of coffee or bourbon or whatever you want. Hang out with us. That's what it's called, the evening blend. And it's a little pop culture blend of all kinds of stories, man. That's what we do. and it's always fun. It's been a good 32 weeks now that we've done this, and we're going to just keep on rolling along, man. And as long as y'all show up and enjoy it, I'll keep doing it. And Matthew, I'm sure, keep doing it. It's fun. I really enjoy it. Matthew's been a pleasure this year, getting to know you, and obviously we just keep on rolling with it, man. But 2024 has been fun, and hopefully 2025 will bring even more so. And so yeah, man. Happy New Year to you, for sure, and your family. And thank you to them for letting me steal you away for another holiday for a while. And we appreciate everybody tonight hanging out. Hit that like button, share the stream, watch the replay or your favorite part, man. Tell somebody about it. Really, thank you guys so much. And we'll catch up with you next Tuesday on the Evening Blend number 33. Y'all have a good night. Happy New Year.